Wrong screen. There we are. Hello, everyone. Good morning, you silly little lads, lasses, and non-binary folks. Hello, Panda Knives. How are you? Goodness, this feels very strange. Welcome to my kitchen, by the way. Look, mouse. Well, actually, this is the living room. The kitchen's back that way, right behind us. Back that way, toward me. I apologize for the sound, too. Yes, look, hello. Yo, yo. Hello, hello. This is an experiment that I thought up a few days ago. Yes, like my shirt. I've had this one for a while. Ugh. Dressed like a bushman today. Got the checkered shirt. Got the Akubra. There we are. There's the Akubra. The old Aussie bushman. So yes, how are we all feeling this morning? This is nerve-wracking, to say the least. Can't believe we get to see real-life winters, I know, right? Wearing blue and white this time. But I need to make a Twitter post, excuse me, I'm feeling alright. I've been very... This, of course, you've seen the delay. I apologise, I'm about 6 minutes late. I've got my watch sitting here, acting as my timer. So because of all that stuff over there, I can't actually see. Tired, but otherwise fine. Need to do some clothes shopping. Fair enough. These are gardening gloves, by the way. Gardening gloves with kitchen plastic gloves over the top of them. Ooh. Because I want to wear something a bit more rugged than my nice leather gloves. I didn't want to put my leather gloves in danger. Yes, excuse me. Let me pull the keyboard out. Oh, do you like how the fact I've got a cup with today's drink next to it? Speaking of today's drink, while I make this Twitter post. The keyboard. Oh, hello, J-Hank. This is a very delicate setup, I'm starting to realize. I don't have any headphones on, so do warn me if anything happens. What is it? And chat while I cook. Oh god. This is very difficult. I will never call chat. Is the mouse the food ingredient? That's not a mouse. That's the seal of approval. See? The seal of approval. The little seal. He's at every single one of my in real life streams. The seal of approval. He watches over all. Like this also, I think I did a pretty good job setting everything up. It looks quite nice, I think. Setting up my bench space. Here's the buns. Of course, that's my favorite pun. The seal of approval. How if I keep screwing this up? I'm using a different keyboard too. This, by the way, isn't my normal computer. Behind the camera, just down there, is the second computer that I have. The old computer. So if this thing crashes and burns or sets on fire halfway through the stream, I apologize. Oh, the thing next to the mug. The thing next to the mug. Oh, this mouse, yes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you got me. There's a pun. Oh, goodness. No, we're not cooking the mouse. The mouse is just here. Because I need to control this. I have one request. Can you please do this with your hands? You mean this? Oh yes, look over here, everyone. It's the tea. There you go. Actually, don't I have fun around here? Where's that bloody little samurai man? Is this? Nope, that is not at all what I was looking for. Are those workers' gloves? Yes, they're gardening gloves. The grippy Dymatex things. They are Pro Sense. Pro Safety Gear. I recognize those from working at Walmart. Yes. Well, I didn't want to you know, put my nice leather gloves in danger. So, this is the ones we've got today. Eat the mouse. Ah. What a threat. I feel like somebody's threatening me. Eat the mouse. Do it. It's lasagna, unless you're bad at cooking. It should be easy. Yes! Well, I thought I'd start with a simple one. You know, I thought it would be better to try something simple. Eh? To make some. Yes, the mouse. The crunchiness. Hey, if I cooked a mouse into the lasagna, honestly, it would still also be quite crunchy. What time have we got? Probably should start. Let me pour my tea first, though. Yes, like my display, I've got an old lily. Yeah. A peace lily. Sitting there. The green leaves here are peace lily. Do tell me if I've walked too far away from the camera. I'd make a breaded chicken patty sandwich. Ooh. And then you've got the pot there, this one. Has a lot of just native Australian flowers in it. It's dry and looks very beautiful. This is the teapot with the tea in it. The drink of today. And of course, to make myself feel better, we have some lapsang souchong because I like it. That's bloody beautiful smoky aroma. I'll be walking to and from the camera too, so sorry about that. Behind me on the bench is a kettle too, so I'll probably be having multiple cups of tea today. Yes. Let's go. It's a beautiful teapot, this one. I love this one. I'll give a coaster for this, actually. I put my coasters. There, I did. Yes, today we'll just be doing something simple. Drinking lapsang souchong. This one. Delicious. The beautiful smoky tea. Multiple vine sounds. I'm pouring the tea. Look, and I even spilt a bit of the tea. I spilt the tea, guys. Ah, it's a beautiful tea. I love it. Remind me to keep putting it there so it actually makes sense. But yeah, like this little face. Look at it. Very tongue-in-cheek. Yes. Let's hope I can pull this off. This is an old family recipe. It's cheap lasagna, you know? Actually, I should show you the book that this is in. I retrieved it from my mother's house. Well, book actually might be a generous description of this old recipe book. It's, sort of falling apart. There it is, the old lasagna recipe. How ancient it is. This is actually the second version of this. This has already deteriorated once in my life. This book is held together with scotch tape and hopes and dreams. I am here to tell you all that it's okay to have to use a recipe book to cook. I'm no chef. I'm a cook, certainly. But if anyone out there tries to tell you you can't, secrets of winter's cooking, indeed. If you can't just use a recipe to cook, they're lying to you. Bloody lying to you, I tell you. So, let me jump over to this screen. And let's get cooking. This one's pretty simple, though. I might do some fun things with steamed vegetables or the like, but we'll see. Let me go retrieve the first part of this. Hopefully I shouldn't have to touch anything except for the microphone. Now first, it's a simple case of onions and garlic. This will be a bit strange. I feel like I'll have to be a bit awkward. So I have to keep them in the, Gonna get a drink of booty drop. Oh, you mean citrus drop. Oh. I don't know how you managed to get those two confused. They seem very different to me. But it's fairly simple. This one. First, you chop up a bit of onion. Crush a bit of garlic. So today, in a way, you'll likely see Old Winter's Cry. Because one, I'm not very used to cutting in gloves. And two, these onions are bloody juicy. Which means they're going to spray into my eyes. And I am going to have a bad, bad time. It's very hard to be dexterous with these gloves. I'm trying to look good. I was thinking of going all like, oh, I'll have them all in nice bowls and have them all look really beautiful. But let's be honest. By that sort of energy, I would, have planned this sooner. I believe it's 2 cloves of garlic. There's 1 little clove. Everyone count with me. 1 clove of garlic. 2 cloves of garlic. I've gone with 4 onions because look at the size of these things. They're tiny. They were cheap, but tiny. And I'm honestly not too sure what cooking streams look like. I don't know what you're supposed to do in a cooking stream other than cook. So, here we are, cooking. My lunch. Will actually be the lunch for the next few days. And after we get all this cut up and done, we'll, get ready for the steamed vegetables or the roasted vegetables, depending. And if I start getting lazy about cutting these onions, I'll just use the Oscar. I see 2 garlics and 4 onions and a tea. You did. Tea. It's a good tea. This is the beginning. Of course, this is a simple lasagna recipe. Throw some onions in. Throw some garlic in. Cook that up. Then you'll throw the mince in. Then everything else. I'm tempted to add something to this lasagna, but let's do the original, shall we? This is old dying eggplant in the fridge that I feel like I need to use. But I just don't think it'll work. This is all about nostalgia, I suppose. Let's see how dexterous I am with a knife. Ching, ching, ching. It's gonna be, look, of course I don't want left-handed. It would look really nice if I was from the other way and I was like, ooh, look at this. This knife is not very sharp. You're going to discover. And also my left hand is very weak. So you're just gonna have to miss most of the cool cutting. I usually do this, and I can already smell that beautiful onion juice. That should allow me to get the skin off fairly easily. This is going to be the most annoying part. I don't have my nails. University while with EET while T-posing on my shirt. Sounds like a good time to me. Don't know what you're complaining about. Don't tell anyone. They'll all want one. Let me get my bin. It's right next to me. Should have gotten a bigger board. Ah well. C'est la vie. I think it'll be a good experience learning how to cook with gloves on. I'm almost certain this is not how other cooking streams go for VTubers. I feel most probably just cook in the background while chatting. Oh well. These are tiny onions. Can you actually hear that? The whole... I suppose you can. Oop, there goes the kettle again. Don't worry, they all have gloves. Yes, I know they all have gloves, but it's more what they do. I don't have many cameras. The only thing I've got is a film camera. And that's not gonna start. I need a lot of film to be able to do 60 frames per second. So I imagine a lot of them probably are able to still get their model moving, because they probably have 2 cameras, the fancy companies at least. But yes. Interesting though, all of this. This lasagna meal. It's gonna look very simple, probably. But you'll understand that the old recipe is all about affordability. See, my family never really earned that much, and I had quite recent relatives who lived through the Great Depression. So their view on food and cooking was more about how cheap they can buy everything and make it for as many people as possible and still keep all the nutrients. In Australia, it's much easier. I'm very blessed to be in Australia, you know. Our access to fresh foods, fruits and vegetables, I imagine it's the same in America, is unparalleled. With all that space we've got. So it gets very cheap to cook in Australia. Much cheaper to cook in Australia than go on the you know, go to the bloody restaurant. I hear that's different in other countries, like Japan, where it's much cheaper to well, it's just as cheap to eat out as it is to go buy fresh fruits and vegetables. Well, that's what you get when a country can't grow that. They have to import it. Actually, this is a good way to cut onions. They're so far away from me, I'm not actually getting anything in my eyes quite yet. You also discover I'm a frustratingly slow cook. If you wanted to see a master at work... Sorry, I never learned how to quickly cut. My niece tried to teach me once, and my nephew-in-law, who's a chef, also tried to, but, unfortunately, I'm lazy. Ooh. Get more used to these gloves, though. It's been a long time since I had to operate wearing exclusively gloves. When would be the last time? Probably when I was a cleaner. Not exactly. So like one cooking stream, what they did with the model is it moved by itself with an animation switching on expressions. Ah, I see. Well, I'm going to be happy this whole time, because I actually really enjoy cooking, so... There's going to be no quizzical expressions. There's only going to be happy and happy. Happy with mouth open, and happy with mouth closed. Though the file is called happy with mouth clothed. Misspelled it. Don't know how I managed to do that. See, usually I just get the old Oscar out right now. But if I remember correctly, My niece once taught me how to do this. I think it was you sort of cut almost all the way to the end, sort of thing. You don't quite cut the end. Do this kind of like... She's so fast at cutting, but then again, her husband is a chef, and then you kind of cut this way. I'm gonna cut my gloves off. Well, you're a classy old man. Classy old happy man, so the model isn't missing much. Well, thank you. There we are. There you go. Wow, look at that. I'm so cool. This is going to go absolutely everywhere. Give me a moment. I wanted to use this board because it's really nice and aesthetic. But I'm starting to realize this may not be the right board to use. Excuse me. Let me go get another board. There we are. Not as classy, but more effective. Less likely I'm going to put it all over the bench. I think I did a pretty good job with that. Look at that. Nice and sliced. Usually I'd use the Oscar. Anyone else? You know what an Oscar is? Sunbeam made them for decades. We're really going to sing a sad song so you can cry to that instead of the onions. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes. Or what is it? There's a lot of sad songs. All the war songs. They're all quite sad. And the band played Waltzing Matilda as the ship pulled away from the quay. They hear flag waving and cheers. They sailed off to Gallipoli. Oh no! The onions, they're getting to me! You can join me, endless roads they shape the way. Slow to start, but now I journey on the road my heart paved. Keep pulling it towards me, that's why I keep losing all my things. Wow. You know what? I think my niece might have been onto something with this cutting technique. Goodness, look at that. So fast. I keep pulling myself towards me, so I'm going to end up with some that'll keep falling onto the table. Yes. I feel like I'm going to get the lyrics of that song up. Excuse me. On the road. Oh no, the onions. Ah! I should get a picture of it and just get spitting on my face. Yes, oof, dear. Do I have the lyrics of that song somewhere? I didn't write them down. Well, they're on the phone, unfortunately. The phone's the camera. I have to get it up. I hope my niece isn't watching this. She's probably like, oh my god, he's butchering that. Oh hell, he's butchering that technique. It's just a bit awkward. I keep thinking I'm going to cut my fingers off, but I'm wearing gloves. I'm wearing workers' gloves too. This is probably the safest thing to be wearing while cooking on stream. Because at least I'm not distracted. But cutting far away from the onions was the right choice, everyone. Mac, I posted Booty Drop Soda in the Discord. Oh, did you? Amazing. I have no idea what Booty Drop Soda is, but wheesh. Oh no. It's building up. It's that slow pain that slowly gets to you. Bloody onions. I'll kill you and your whole family, onions. It would be really nice to have the camera on the other side, but there's actually no way I could have done that. Because it, doesn't quite work. Booty drop soda. Is that like a pirate-themed soda? Booty? Yar. Oh dear. Look at that, we're moving quite quickly. I'm liking this. Yes, there's quite a few recipes I was thinking about doing. I was thinking of perhaps doing something Japanese. You know, I've been cooking a lot of Japanese meals recently, and I've made a lot of really good ones. And, well, the, sort of katsudon would have looked quite nice on camera. Then I thought, why not fish for nostalgia, you know? The old Eric Winters nostalgia, eh? It's half of what this channel is run on. Nostalgia, looking for getting better times, you know? Look at that. I'm quite fast. I'm impressed with myself, actually. I've never seen myself as a fast cooker, but maybe I'm trying to impress you all. That's what's going. I'm trying to go, oh, look at me, I'm so good. Delicious. And my eyes aren't that bad because I'm so far away. Gotta be careful. Can't afford you to see my mole. I just realized, did I only cut 3? I was gonna cut 4, wasn't I? Yeah, that's enough. We'll cut the last one, why not? The last one I've got. May as well. But yes, how's everyone else's experience with cooking, you know? Are you fellas all cooks and chefs of your own right? Or is that something a bit out of your reach? Because you're, I don't know, poor college-age students or something. Alpha D's nuts. Oh, wow, amazing. Truly, an intellectual conversation. Made chicken patty and fries. Well, you cooked something. In an air fryer. You know, I've never really bothered to use air fryers. Got all this old equipment I still use in my kitchen. From the bloody 80s. The Oscar I've got's from the 80s. What's it, the 90s? Might have been the 90s, actually. God, the skin is stubborn. Come on, off he comes again. Give me your skin, onion. Give me your skin. If I don't take your skin, I'll show you that you don't have... I'll show the world that you have layers, onion. I'll show the world. I'll show everybody. That just like an ogre, you have layers. Kind of hate cooking, to be honest. It can be frustrating. I enjoy cooking because my mother forced every child in the Winters family to learn how to cook. And I always was quite proud that I did know how to cook. I know it's very different these days, but back then, domestic skills amongst men were quite low. When I went to universities and lived with people in share houses and the like, dorms, it was shocking how many of the male gender back then had absolutely no life skills. I swear, half of them couldn't even boil water. It's tragic. Couldn't boil a pot of water, kettle to save their life. Granted, it was a bit more complicated than it is these days. You know, I actually had to use a stove, but the fact they couldn't operate a stove was tragic enough, and it always made me feel quite proud. So I always kept doing it, and it's always fun to explore. And then I met my nieces and nephews married chefs, and brothers and sisters married chefs, and I didn't feel that much. And my oldest brother was a chef, actually. But It's something I like, you know, when you want something you want, because in Australia and in any country, you know, there's always going to be things you can't quite access, or there are things you can't quite do, and it's always nice to be able to cook it yourself. You know, it's nice to go to a restaurant, but it's just so much cheaper to cook. It's always just something I've grown to love. You know, there's some fun things you can do with it. You can have nice food on the cheap. That's what cooking's all about. If you play the game right, like I used to, you can cycle the year of many, many meals. My mother also taught me to appreciate many things. She told me that variety is the spice of life. She's like, Valeric, variety is the spice of life. I'm going to teach you to cook at least 3 different cultures' meals. That's what she wanted. At least 3, because when you're living by yourself, that can make quite a variety, and then you can use that to go from there. You know, Chinese, Italian, Greek, French. What's your tip? Let's see if your tip is the same tip as my niece's, eh? What's your tip for cutting onions quickly? And also, I'm glad you like cooking, Mac. That's always nice. It's something that everyone has to do at some point. What's your tip? I've already just I finished cutting the onions, but I want to hear it. While I drink my tea. Ah, such a good tea. Now, oh dear, it's awful. Ah, I hate this. Onions. I'll never get used to it, you know? Excuse me. Gonna be getting up for a moment. I'll be yelling from across the kitchen. You can join me. And when clothes they shape the way. Slow to start, but not jump. Oh, but yes, I've got all the stuff on the bench behind me. So why I keep getting up and going is because I'm sitting at a table. I wanted to do it on the bench, actually. I really did. I wanted to do this on the bench, but there's just not enough bench space in my kitchen to kind of set up a cutting a little bit vertically, not cutting anything. Yes, that's what I did, Meg. I did that. That's what I was doing. I'm usually so much. I know what you mean. My niece said the exact same thing, and I tried to do it just then. I was trying to. I honestly just didn't bother most of the time, but I did do it just then. I did do it. I was doing that. Don't worry. My niece told me the same thing. She's like, I'll tell you the secret of cutting onions quickly. I'm like, ooh, learning from the best. Now, yes, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean, Mech. Let's, crush the garlic a bit. Makes it easier to get the skin off. Even though every time I do this, it always wants to not get the skin off. Very annoying. Stop being so... There we are. The old garlic skin. Maybe I should zoom the camera in on the board, but then you'd miss the nice background. I think I really like this background. I think it looks quite nice. Looks quite, there's enough busyness around the camera to sort of keep it interesting. I think the green from the, The green from the trees, the plants here. Works quite well with everything. The kookaburra there. The little birds and the glass birds. Oh, this is a cat, by the way, if you're all wondering. This is a stone cat. Usually sits on my the sill above my sink. I don't know why I brought it, but it's a cat. Yes, it's curious. We're gonna have to talk a lot for 50 minutes while this is cooking in the oven, though. I do all of this to crush the garlic, but I can't decide if I'm just going to use the hand crusher. Probably a lot easier. Oh well. Garlic's very easy to crush. Kind of dice it up. It's just a pain to kill that hand. Pain to clean that hand crusher. There we are. Bit of garlic. All diced up and crushed up. Now, that's in there. Let's actually start cooking this, shall we? I'm gonna have to wipe this table down after this. Hit the camera there. Sorry about that. There we are. Personal stuff for tomorrow. Should be back before you even start baking it. Fair enough. You go get that shopping. Ah, the onions. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. Ah. It is so sad, the state of the world. I weep at the state of things. Oh, the Vtuber scene. I weep at its state. Oh, God. I must have flicked myself in the eye accidentally. Oh, God damn it. Oh, this is awful. Ah, tears. Oh, why did it suddenly hit me? Ah, what happened? What did I do? Did I accidentally squeeze really onions into my eyes? How did that happen? Ah, It got hit critical mass. The onions hit critical mass, everyone. Oh, it's awful. It's terrible. Move this over here. Gotta move this bit out of the way. Let's go get the pot. Hello? Only a streamer mostly does cooking streams, but she has a way you can see everything she's doing. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do, but I only have one camera. If I had a second camera, that would be very good, because then I could have like one sitting above, looking straight down at the meal. You can sort of see everything. By the way, you think, wow, look at this fancy glass top induction cooker. Look at how nice it is. Actually, it used to have all this, these pictures. Oh, there's all these pictures that allowed me to know where I needed to press. But, it's all the markings have wiped off, and now I just know how to use this because I know where the beeps used to be. There we are. Induction! It's working, too. These things are old. These things are ancient. Pretty old induction cookers, these things. And they were very cheap. They've lasted for several years. They kept 4 or 5 years though. For things that only cost me less than $100. Pretty good. There's onion in my tea. The idea is... Yes, cooking scream thing. I really should have done more research, but I kind of wanted to see how it would be if I just did my own style, you know? Can you hear that, by the way? This thing? Very loud. I also wanted to do this part under the hood, but again, it would require moving cameras, and I'm just not gonna have that sort of energy. Hey, look! This is all of you! I found your perfect product! Extra virgin! This is going to be very messy eventually. I wonder how this is going to sound. Real funny. Not. I felt like I had to say it. Come on. I have extra virgin olive oil. You can't do it without saying that. I always found the naming convention of olive oil very strange. Slow, sarcastic clap. Well, I'll take it. Honestly, it's one of the nicest smells, cooking onion. I'll be standing up for most of the cooking stuff, so I sound a bit distant. I apologize. Can you actually hear that sound? The sound of it sizzling? Probably not. It's probably what picked up as white noise. I probably did too much onion, actually. I apologize, I'm singing all this stuff. I'm surprised I didn't just tip the onion all over the table. I'm actually honestly impressed with the fact I seem shockingly capable. And I'm actually quite a messy cook, as you can sort of tell. So it's surprising that I've managed to do all of this. Yes. There's another old family recipe I was tempted to do. It was, Like a shepherd's pie. I was tempted to do a shepherd's pie. That would have been boring, though. There'd been a lot of cutting of vegetables. That would have been alright, I suppose. Other than that, neither here nor there, I suppose. Look at that. Beautiful onion. Amazing. Beautiful. I also like how I was seeing these, because the stream is slightly delayed from the OBS preview. So I'm seeing myself do stuff on the OBS preview, and then seeing it again on the studio. The YouTube studio. It's very good. This is also very difficult to do. This is my whole kitchen table that I'm using for this. I have a very small kitchen table. It actually splits and gets longer, as you can see the line in the center here. It actually folds out. But I was too lazy to do that. But I don't think this won't be a very common stream. Unless I get another camera. It might be more common then, but keeping this set up is just very difficult, because I have guests quite often. Yep. Now it's time to get the meat. Here we are. The meat. I'll turn you into mincemeat, mate. Yes, let me stand up. Get some leverage. Ah! I'm actually honestly worried my monitor, that's right there, is going to fly off the damn table at this rate. Some classic old mince, eh? Bought from the store. Not about to start making some mince on my own, as impressive as that would be. Some old Australian maiden-grown beef mince. I apologize for any vegetarians. To meat! Yes, to meat. The sacrifice. To the carnivores. Fear us, for the carnivores are coming. Let me turn this up, actually. Oh, the angles I'm having to sit at. Very awkward, making my hands hurt. Dear. Oh, I'm sore. Yes. It's all very interesting, this sort of cooking stuff. Say, in your experience, how many people you would say, like, as a percentage, everyone, how many people would you say, you know, that can actually, you know, cook enough that you'd say that they cook, you know? And I'm not talking about fellows who live on, you know, 2-minute noodles and, you know, I don't know, mac and cheese. Oh, mac and cheese can be cooking, depends how fancy it is, I suppose. But, you know, who do you think in your lives, like, what percentage of people in your lives can cook, you know? Because, of course, I've spent most of my time around my family. We have multiple professional chefs. So, and all of us know how to cook because we had to. It was the cheapest way to live. And if we didn't want to die of poverty... That's not something you die of. That's a weird way of saying that. But, you know, if we didn't want to live by the smell of an oily rag, we had to be quite, you know, careful with our money. Quite miserly, one could say. But, you know, it's better than living on the smell of an oily rag. Certainly. And frankly, in university, I saw quite a few people who lived on the smell of an oily rag because they didn't know how to cook. That, or their rich parents had just suddenly cut off their money and suddenly they had to actually work for it. But, you know, all the people I know cook good plates. Only I hate cooking. Oh, there you go. You're special. Just go to everyone else's house for dinner each day of the week and get them to cook for you. Get enough friends who know how to cook. Now it's time to start adding the stuff. Let's turn this down while I'm doing this. First, some tomatoes. Probably should do it this way. Some diced tomatoes I had earlier. Then some herbs. Little glass of mixed herbs. These are very convenient, these things. Good old master foods, I swear. There's a very interesting thing in this one. I always laugh when I put sugar into something I perceive as being savory. This one has sugar. There you go. There's some sugar. 2 teaspoons of this. Delicious sugar. Something you'd more expect. A bit of salt. A whole teaspoon of salt. Woo. Sorry about that. Just hope you enjoy silence. Because I'm going to be walking away because, you know, I'm not that prepared. Half a cup of tomato puree as well. You could use tomato paste as well. But, you know, I had some of this sort of homemade puree, so here we are. And finally, the best one. The boxed wine. Got some boxed red wine, eh, mates? Get ourselves on the piss, mate. Dash a bit more on that. Once it starts cooking in the oven and once it's finished, we might actually make ourselves a cocktail. You think that would be nice? Make ourselves a bit of a cocktail? Ah, now that's a nostalgic smell. Ah, I love it. I remember the good old days, that's for sure. Good old days. But we'll have to move this one out of the way soon, once it starts boiling. Yeah, let's have a look at that. Ooh, delicious. Wonderful. Amazing. Excuse me. Got my camera toward me. How are we all feeling now? There's something about cooking, you know? Mixed herbs is a very interesting thing. I think you always use those sort of mixed herbs things. They're quite fun. Very useful. But, you know, it wasn't always easy to get that sort of stuff. I still have a herb garden here because I'm so used to having herbs fresh from the garden. Living in the countryside when I was a kid did that to me. You know? We always had fresh fruits and vegetables straight from the farm, sort of thing. In fact, the eggplant I've got in the fridge was from Chowder, and that tomato puree was homemade by a friend of mine. It's very good. These sort of things you wonder about, you know? Now, I'm gonna move this out of the way. And get a lid for it. I'll start the next step. Got a ladder hanging from the ceiling with all my lids on it. Now let's put it on for 10 minutes, shall we? I'm trying to figure out a way to do this. Yeah. This thing has a step, right? Yes, it does. I took off 1 minute from the 10 minutes. Yes, look at that. 2 induction cookers. Let's hope this second one works, because these are, you know, not in great condition these days. But yes. Oosh. Excuse me. But now we'll be making the white sauce. Let's hope I can remember how to make it. I've been trying to do this one, but yes, the white sauce is mostly milk and that sort of thing. Milk, butter, and flour. Very interesting. Another pot. There we are. Retrieved from the ladder on the ceiling. Before I tell this all, though, we're going to measure out some things, eh, everyone? Ready to do some measuring, are we? It's very relaxing to cook, you know. I really enjoy it. I'm also I'm glad that I'm at home I live by myself and I don't have a wife. Or a husband, I suppose. Got some old Western star. There's a lot of stars in, you know, a lot of stars in Victoria. And one of those is Western Star. Western Star. Oh, you mate. Even though they're in the south, which I find funny. Oh, Western Star butter. I don't know why I'm delicately taking this butter out of its packet, but it looks very nice. Should have probably kept the board near me. Ah, well, c'est la vie. Now we're looking to get 60 grams of this stuff. So let's see how we can do it. Considering this packet is 250 grams, it has to be about just more than a fifth. Let's go with that. That is probably about a fifth. Oh, come on. Turn back on. Blasted thing turned off. Don't you turn off on me. Come on. Yeah, there we are. Oh. Oh, nailed it. Look at that. 58 grams. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. Now the next part is measuring out some flour. Let's do that, shall we? Why does an Australian have a lasagna recipe? Well, dear old Tiberian, that's because Australia doesn't really have its own recipes except for damper. I suppose I could have made damper, but that wouldn't have been very exciting. I'd have put a heap of dough and then started a fire in my backyard, which is illegal in a suburban area, unless it's a fireplace. Well, it might not be illegal right now, but, you know. Because my mother believed variety was the spice of life. So, she taught me how to do a lot of recipes. And if you have a lot of recipes you can make, it means you can make a lot of things cheaply. If you know a lot of recipes, you can get what's the cheapest at the shopping centre. The old Coles or Woolies or fruit market. And then you can live quite cheaply. Welcome to a family who has very recent memory of the Great Depression, where everything was difficult to get, so you had to do what you could. Other than that, I grew up in an Italian town. Are you making the noodles from scratch? Ha! No. I wish I was. That would have been very cool. But I don't have one of those machines. And I'm lazy. You know, that would have been cool. I agree. And I used to have one of those machines, and I have done it before. When I was younger, we had to make gluten-free stuff from scratch, because I was gluten-free when I was younger. Well, I had a bad reaction to wheat. But other than that, yes, no, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, not. Now let's get everything else for this one. We need milk. The ground nutmeg, which is over there. And cheese. Oh. Give me a moment, I need to measure out some cheese. Or lasagna. That's the Necronomicon. That's so good. You're summoning an orange demon. Yes. I'm glad you called it the orange demon and didn't bloody indicate that bloody. Should read the description. I commented about that. That bloody orange bastard. Sell dry lasagna in Australian Gosa. Oh, we sell everything here. You forget. Australia is a country made of multiculturalism. Other than the indigenous groups, pretty much everyone else got here in the last 200 years. It was a bloody melting pot. I grew up in a town that was almost entirely Italian. A lot of them only spoke Italian back when I was there. And granted, everyone hated that town because, you know, the Italians were on the wrong side of the war. There's a fellow actually in that town, in my hometown, that disappeared into the mountains and started like a hermit cave. Like a little hermit cave. And you can go visit now. It's actually a thing. Mamma mia! A pizza pie! But yes. And then there's whole towns that are just Chinese. And these days there's whole towns of Lebanese and South Sudan. And you can't... Multiculturalism is just part of the identity these days. I don't know why I did that. I haven't got... Oh, sorry. But yes, they sell dry lasagna sheets. I have Barilla right now. Old gluten... I don't know how old these things are. They've been in my cupboard for years. So, who knows? You fool, you're doing us all with that recipe. You can't stop me. I love lasagna. Anyway, I'm sure that orange little bastard would like better lasagna than mine. Nope. finding these damn buttons on these induction cookers, I swear. Oh, there we are. These induction cookers, all the markings have disappeared off these induction cookers. You can't really see it, I suppose. But if I lift these up, can't really see any markings on it, can you? There's nothing there. So I have to guess. I have to vibe. I have to use my psychic powers to know how to turn this damn thing on, because all the markings wiped off. Now, let me get a thing for these bloody shoes. Anyway, Tiberian! I feel like I should ask you now you're here. First, how are you doing? I'm here drinking Lapsang Souchong. Having a wonderful time. But yes, how are you? Do you have a stove? Yes, I do. It's awful. It's an awful stove. It's very cheap. The oven's good, but the stove top is not great. So I use induction cookers most of the time. They're just more efficient. I like them better. They also use less power than the bloody stove I've got, which is just a heating element. So I prefer to use the induction because the heating elements of this stove, terrible. Also, I kept accidentally leaving them on. Okay, drinking Diet Pepper. Oh, I see. How are you? Are you much of a cook yourself, Tiberian? You cook much? For this part, I'll be using pre-cut cheese, but for the top of it, I won't be. Woo. I could grate some cheese if you really wanted me to, but I believe it's 125 grams of this. Oh, god damn it, the thing turned off. How dare it. These things are usually fast food or sandwiches. Ah, I see. Well, not everyone can cook. I suppose not everyone has the time to cook. But yes, I was just talking about before that I was quite proud of my cooking when I was a young man. Because I, unlike many of my compatriots in university, was able to live without needing to live on fast food. I could make nice stuff. I was the sort of chef of my dorm occasionally, because a lot of the men that were with me didn't know how to cook back then. I wasn't as common as you'd think. Couldn't bloody boil a kettle to save their lives. Have the time, not the inspiration. Yeah, well, that's true, that's true. Oh, why does this thing keep turning off? Stuff it. Just tip it straight onto the scale. 105. 105? Wonderful. Back to 0. God, I'm tipping this everywhere. I'm such a mess. I need 20 more grams. Ah, that works. I really do hope my family doesn't watch this. I'd probably look awful. Probably look like an absolute grub. But yes, now I think we have everything to make the white sauce. Goes to show how organized I am, eh? Oh, come on. Tone down. Go back to where I show the lasagna about the cooking and the eating. I will, my friend. You enjoy your work as much as you can, I suppose. You enjoy your work as much as you can. Da 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 da. Yes. Well. I really should use more. Oh, there's the booty drop. Sorry, I just saw the booty drop picture on Discord. How you doing? Nope, slowly melting. While that's melting, everyone keep an eye on it. Look at that little reflection of a butter and tell me if it's gone. Oh, it's almost all gone. You have to do this slowly so you don't accidentally burn the damn stuff. Look at that. Delicious butter. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. I should put that on the Discord. Give me a moment. I'm just going to do some bit of advertising while this butter continues to melt. Excuse me. Cooking some lasagna. Lasagna is such a fun word. I really like lasagna. Anyone else know any other names of meals that are really funny? Like lasagna and like, I don't know, any Italian one actually. There we are. Excuse me. I'll get the chat back up. Now, that looks a sufficiently cooked butter. Ooh, listen to that sizzle. Now it's time to make some paste. Gotta make sure I'm doing this right. Let me get a wooden spoon. You want to make some paste with this? I'll slap you all with a wooden spoon if you're not careful. Better behave yourselves, kids. Old Eric's got the wooden spoon out. Now let's stand up. Move the mic, stand up. And start making some paste. Quite a curious part of it. Making white sauce starts so small. You start with this tiny little sort of paste. Look at it. This sort of little paste-looking stuff. And you cook it for a bit. It gets very thick. Quite high consistency. Actually, I might have a bit much butter. Da 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 da. Yes, it's very interesting, this white sauce. It starts as this little paste. It's barely anything. Wondering what the hell is this going to turn into, and then it turns into this quite interesting looking thick sauce. It's quite nice. It's been a very long time since I've cooked this, so I'm not very familiar with everything. Yes. This is the hardest part I always found when I was a kid. Is you add the milk in slowly. And as you slowly add it, it becomes this thick, very difficult to mix, kind of like a, turns into like, it looks like potato. It looks actually like mashed potato. You know, like fresh mashed potato. Turns into this. So immediately the milk cooks and turns into this sort of mashed potato sort of consistency stuff. Then when it does that, you start the process again. Put some milk in. And you keep stirring. It'll smooth out again. Turn into a more liquidy substance, and then it'll harden up again until eventually it becomes this very beautiful paste that you can use to glue your lasagna together. This is the glue that holds the lasagna together. I'm not gonna mix this well. Woo! Just mixing the meat sauce a bit. Keeping it okay. Add slowly. Kind of sad that Panda add the milk. Slowly. Sensually. Until it turns into this beautiful paste. Usually, I'd have two people. I'd get one of the nieces or nephews to sit beside me. I'd sit here and mix it. While that niece and or nephew, or brother or sister or grandchild, would slowly pour the milk in as I mix it. It's a bit more difficult to do on your own. Oof. I should pull this a bit closer. Maybe you'll see a bit of it then. You can sort of see it now. Move very close. Look upon it. Its glorious, glorious form. Comes this wonderful white sauce. And when you get to the end of that, you add half of this cheese down here. Bit of nutmeg. And it makes a great bit of sauce. Alright. I think we need to put the last 2 more pours. Oh, it's so tiring. This is probably the most tiring part of this meal. Except for building the damn lasagna. That's actually probably more tiring. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I remember as a child I hated doing this. I loved lasagna as a kid. It was one of my favourite meals. Loved it. Especially when we made our own gluten-free pasta. But God, did I hate doing this part. It was awful. Because my little arms were always so sore. I was like, yeah, mother, spare me. Spare me the white sauce. Spare me. Ah. It was really quite difficult. That's actually a much better camera angle. God damn it. Because you can sort of see it now. Sort of see it. Oof. Oh, my hand is so sore. My back is too, because this table's too low. But it's one of those things, you know? This has to be one of my favorite meals when I was a kid. Loved it. I loved lasagna. I still do now. It's just, you know, back when I was a kid, we used to make it for 9 people. We used to double this recipe. So we had double the amount of milk. We had 5 cups of milk instead of 2.5. And we had, you know, tons of cheese and meat and stuff like that because we were feeding a family of 9. Not just me. But it's such a nostalgic smell. Oh, look at that. It's turned into quite a nice paste there, haven't we? We have a bit more milk, and then we'll be done. The last bit of milk in. Whoa. Probably a bit much to end with, but I don't know. As the milk slowly reduces, we'll be in a much better place. I do apologize if I'm a bit quiet. Because I am sort of away from the microphone. I have to keep looking down. Hello. There you are, down there. Look. You're like right here. Like just behind the chat. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Once we start building the lasagna, I'll do another post on Twitter. Oh dear. This part's going to take a long because I put a bit too much milk in. It's the sound of me beating you to death. Trying to break into your house. FBI, open up! Open up! That's an interesting concept. Cooking extremes have been something I've always been curious about, you know? I'm sitting down, I'm too lazy to stand up. I've always had a curiosity about cooking extremes. Because, you know, weirdly enough, one of the VTubers I quite like is one Choco Sensei from Hololive. I don't know, I kind of like her style. And she also cooks a lot. Granted, she also doesn't like cooking, funnily enough. She's not a fan of it. Exactly. She can do it, but she comments how she became, you know, hospitality worker because she knew she wouldn't like it. I might turn this up. And it was an interesting concept, doing a job because you didn't like it, and you knew you wouldn't like it, so you could kind of take everything as it comes. Doesn't matter if it's terrible or good or awful. In the end, it would work out. Now, we need to get this to be a more gluey side of substance. Oof. But it gets a bit difficult. It's this last bit, because it's... Oof. So it'll slowly reduce into a more thicker sauce, but it takes a lot of mixing. And I may have put slightly too much milk in, because it always does that. What was that? Hearing mysterious sounds. I think I might be murdered soon. Goodness gracious. That's looking good. Beautiful. You probably can't see it. It probably just looks like a white light to you all. Much better. Smoothing out. Hands. My hands. God. Turn that down a bit. Yes. That's looking good. That is looking nice. Looking beautiful. You guys can't probably see it, but yeah, look at that white sauce. It's almost completely smoothed out. With a bit more of a mix. Oof. Then, get into it, shall we? Actually, I still need that on. What am I doing? That's probably a good idea. Out of the way. Oof. Beautiful. Let's add half of this cheese, shall we? What's half of the cheese? No idea. I'm just going to grab what I think is half of the cheese. The other half goes on top. And a teaspoon of nutmeg. Use my other hand, actually. Some Master Foods nutmeg. Yep. And a pinch of salt and pepper. That's a bit more than a pinch. There you go. That classic crunchy sound of a pepper grinder. Now, let's melt this stuff and mix it up. The cheese will melt. The nutmeg will mix through and create this beautiful aroma. I wish you guys could be here, honestly. It's one of my favorite smells. It's the smell of this white sauce. Ah, the nutmeg, the cheese. Ah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Whoosh. What bloody hell is that? Give me a moment, fellas. I'll leave you all with this for a bit. Just gonna go check something. Oh, no idea what it is. The house has suddenly become haunted. I don't know. This tea is cold. It's nice though. Yes! These cooking streams, though. Quite impressive that people do this sort of stuff. Now, it's time to start building this lasagna, shall we? Now, first we need to move these things away, so. Let's get these induction cookers out of the way. We don't need these anymore. Put them back into the background. There we are. Look, a clear table. Clear is, of course, a very relative word in that case. Now, keep from damaging my table. Ah! Oh, there we are. One more thing. The bloody container! Let's wipe down this table first, though. Here it is, the old Pyrex. Old Pyrex is here! Some lasagna books. Now, normally, one would soften the lasagna sheets in some water before you start using them. But there is so much liquid in the meat sauce, I'm not actually too concerned about that. Cooking in the oven with that meat sauce will be enough to soften up lasagna sheets. At first, as I said, I think it's time to advertise some more, don't you think? It's time for me to put my name out there again and tell everyone that I'm making the lasagna. So excuse me as I sit here, but yes, how are we enjoying ourselves so far, eh? Was this a terrible idea, or was this a relatively alright idea? You're gonna say it's fine. You guys are very nice to me. Anya is taking shape. Show the world the lasagna you're making. Yes, I am. Right now. Lasagna is taking shape, building it right now. Yep. I realize I don't need to give background. Everyone's bloody hearing the music anyway. I'm just not hearing the music. I'm not hearing my background music. Do 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 do. Ah. Your boot camp. Well, nothing else I can do. I've posted another Twitter post. I should have put some hashtags on that Twitter post. Ah, well. C'est la vie! How many people have actually come? Probably all the normal fellas, haven't you? Now, let's actually start making this lasagna. We start with a simple meat sauce bottom. The start of it will be this. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, delicious. Look at this beautiful sauce. Delicious. Full of wine. It's a very winey sauce, I'd say. Goodness. Won't stop complaining. Now we need a spoon for each sauce. Ah! Let me call the cup of tea. Pouring the last of my tea. It's a very large teapot. I like this teapot. Have you seen this? You haven't seen this teapot before. It's beautiful. It's this beautiful old teapot. It has a very nice picture on the outside, actually, but it's very hard to see. This is kind of embossed. Yes. This one for the white sauce. And this one for the meat sauce. So essentially, I probably needed a bigger spoon, actually. I'm too used to doing this tiny spoon by tiny spoon when I was a kid. It never really changed that habit, because we always used to make these big servings of the stuff. And you'd get these little tiny spoons so you wouldn't use too much of the sauce, so you could make enough pieces of it. This is quite fun. I'm enjoying this. And, you know, considering I've got this set up, I might do another one. Because I've got this all set up, I might do another one later, you know, next week. I think that would make it quite nice. I'd still have to move a few things. I have to move my microphone back tomorrow so I can actually play Monster Hunter Rise's Sunbreak. What is the word for it? Sunbreak DLC. Look, already broken pieces. Now you know why these pieces are all broken. Because this is not quite enough for two. Just larger than two, these containers. So then, you go meat again, and then you do white sauce on top. I shouldn't have gotten a small spoon. I should have got a big spoon. Yeah. Big spoons. Also make it easier. It's essentially a very simple process. I was tempted to add stuff to it, you know. Maybe I should have added some, you know, vegetables or something like that to it. But we'll cook some vegetables with it. We'll make some steamed vegetables to go with it. How about that? It's very simple, other than that. Takes a bit of time, though, building a lasagna. Bit of a pain, that it takes so long. Now for the first bit of white sauce, you're about to see how viscous this substance is. Could glue together... Could probably glue together a falling apart car with this. Viscousness. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. The idea is you kind of do strips. You know how you glue when you're putting two pieces of wood together? You kind of glue... You don't put glue on the whole surface. You kind of put the liquid glue on the, you know, in lines along the surface, and then when you press the wood together, or the two objects together, it kind of spreads out. That's what we're looking for in this particular case. It's just so viscous. It's very, very difficult. I might need that spoon back. It's awful. It's very annoying to do this. It's so viscous. But it's so delicious. God, it's delicious. Bloody Garfield, wish he could have this. Then, another 2 of these. Trying to press it so it spreads the glue out to as far as you can get it. Trying to spread the glue. Oh dear. Oh no. I usually use my fingers to spread out the white sauce. But I'll admit, it probably doesn't look too good to all of you if I'm going around using my fingers to cook food. Especially when I'm wearing gloves. Don't particularly want these gloves involving themselves with my food, but I guess they already are, so too bad. Maybe a bit more white sauce next time. And we do it again! Red sauce, white sauce, sheets. Red sauce, white sauce, sheets. Because there's so much liquid in the red sauce, it keeps it all very soft by the time you finish cooking it. I might put a bit more white sauce on next time. I think I might be using a bit much red sauce, actually. I'm going to end up with a very big top. That's right. Ugh. So difficult. This is why I used to do it with my fingers. I used to just slide it off my fingers and kind of throw it in. Or you do it just after you've finished cooking it. Because if you do that, it's sort of, it's much more, much more, liquidy. Oh, come on, glue. I look probably terrible. Probably look like an incompetent. Come on, white sauce, stop making me look stupid. This is why I tend not to make this very often. It is a bloody task and a half. Kind of wanted it to catch. And the white sauce can catch on the bottom. I haven't done this in years either. I haven't made this lasagna for a very long time, so my slowness is probably part of that. Now, lasagna sheets. This one goes here. Ah, that's a better coverage. One goes here. And now, a bit of a snap. There we are. This one goes here. There we are. Beautiful. That looks a lot better. Oof. This is going to be a big piece of lasagna. I need to open the next packet of lasagna sheets. I don't know how I ended up with so many in my cupboard. I kept probably going, you know what? They're on sale. Maybe I'll make some lasagna soon. And I just kept buying these. And then never actually making lasagna. Don't want to give Barilla advertisement. So we're just going to do that. Now, sip of tea. And next layer. Oof. Not too sure what we'll do while this is cooking. I guess we'll just sit and chat, I suppose. Should have invited somebody to come and talk with me while I was doing this. I keep forgetting that that sort of stuff is an option. Maybe using a bit too much of the sauce each time. Maybe a bit too much red sauce in each layer. I need to decrease the amount of red sauce I'm using. Now, to the harder part. To the white sauce, old mate. They've thickened this sauce up a bit too much. Da, da, da. I don't know why I keep singing that bloody tuba piece. I'm gonna do it. Can't stop me. The finger has been involved. It's just so much easier to kind of like brush it off like this. See, it's so much easier. So much easier. The concentration is immense. Oh. Oh. Probably not enough white sauce this time. Oh no, the finger. Yes, the finger's been involved. See you, back before you started to bake. Yeah, good job. I'm building it right now. Are you just starting to realize these pieces of lasagna look like American cheese, don't they? If they weren't so rigid, they sort of look like that really bright orange cheese, you know? That bright yellow cheese you fellows use. Not quite as orange. Definitely as the stack it looks more orange, but starting to realize it looks like I'm cooking with my lasagna sheets are made of cheese, like one of those. Who was that fellow who made like a cheeseburger made of cheeseburgers? You know those ones? Those cooking challenge fellows who, God, I don't know how they're still alive, honestly. Oh no, the lasagna's starting to curl. On it. Absolutely on it. I mean, I thought you were going to... Yes. Yes, I was just saying that. When you arrived, I looked at the screen and I went, you know, I can't believe... Great minds think alike, Mac. Great minds think alike. Because I had the exact same thought as I was just discussing. Yes, epic mealtime. That's the fellows. But yes, I looked at the screen and realized, wow, this looks really bad. This looks awful. Oh no, it's curling. It's very annoying. Well, we'll just have to weigh it down with more sauce. Raw sauce. Why it's curling is because the sauce is cooking the bottom of it. Because it's so hot. And not cooking the top. So how to fix the curling? You bloody put sauce on the top. Curl it right down. No ketchup. Whoa, calm down. There is no ketchup in this. I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody's having a violent reaction to ketchup, apparently. Oh, God. We're going to have a very thick top layer with this much white sauce. We're almost to the top of the container, which means we should almost be out of red sauce. But yes, that was epic meal. I thought it was epic meal time. What time did Barbarian put ketchup on lasagna? Yes, I was wondering about that. There's tomatoes in this, certainly, but... And sugar, actually. So technically, it is almost halfway to a ketchup. But... it's not quite. The thing is, you get slightly more sheets per layer. Yeah, it does have sugar in it. Only a teaspoon of sugar to make the medicine go down. Takes a teaspoon of sugar, make the medicine go down, medicine go down, medicine. Full acid. Oh. Make it into a complete acidic meal, are we? In the most delightful way. Yes, we're running out. We could make this the last layer at the top of the red sauce, the last layer of red. Yes, we'll make it the last layer of red, I think. Perfectly sized. It's one of those things that this recipe is perfectly designed for these particular Pyrexes, because we've had similar Pyrexes our whole life. Similar sort of heat-resistant containers or metal containers at one point back when I was younger. Sort of cast containers. There you go. There's the last red. Last red. Well, a delicate amount of white sauce on this layer. Not very much. Yes, it does have a bit of sugar in this. Very interesting concept, though. You'll find a lot of Italian meals actually have a tad bit of sugar in it. Just enhances the flavour slightly. Now. It's not exactly ideal, but it'll do. For a last layer. Now. It's time to finish this up. Oh. Shall we? Oop. Drop the whole spoon in. We go get something that'll make this easier. Now. May have not left enough white sauce for this top layer. Sorry, I put my arms in the way. This is probably not very entertaining to look at. Almost done. It's now to start the final white layer. A beautiful layer on the top that has all the cheese. Keeps the top from getting too crunchy as well. Let me go get something for it. Please. Do. Nice scoop. That'll be nice. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful. And he scoops it all together. Are you all ready for the final countdown? Finish this up and put it in the oven. And we'll cut up some vegetables. Make some steamed vegetables. Yeah. Concentration. Yeah, 1, 2. That's all done. All cleared out. Is it? Yep. In 2 hours. Amazing! My kettle is interesting. It does a 2-hour cycle of keeping it warm. Now, let's move this more into somewhere where you can see it. Sorry, cheese. Very cheese. Let's move it into a better spot, shall we? So you can all see this. Put it more center. Now, the idea is to get this to spread. That's pretty tough using one of these. So you know what I'm gonna do? Use my hands. I've washed these gloves, so don't worry. Let's spread it with the power of my gloved-up gloves. Kind of press and spread. This beautiful white sauce top. I'll push the red sauce down. Now, I do have some mozzarella I can put on this. So what should I do? Mozzarella? Parmesan? It's really different options. If it was a spaghetti casserole, I would use Parmesan. But it's not, it's a lasagna. There we are. A beautiful top. Perhaps a combination. The cheese compilation, everyone. 3 million views on YouTube. The cheese compilation. You've got your mozzarella. You've got your Bega cheese. You've got your blue cheese. Oh, wow. Let's put a combination, shall we? Put a bit of the rest of this stuff on. No, I'm not going to put blue cheese on the lasagna, don't worry. Throw a bit of cheddar. And then, as you can see the branding there, I didn't want to give them any brand power. Get some mozzarella. Dash it over the top. Look at this, look at this salt. Ah, the cholesterol. I can almost feel it now. My heart, my arteries just closing up. I can just feel my arteries clogging up. Amazing. And there it is, everyone. There we are. How does that look, eh? Make you hungry? Well, you can't have any. Too bad. There we are. The lasagna. Looked actually a bit more like a spaghetti casserole, but it's fine. Yes, look at that. Ooh, beautiful. It's going to expand and be larger than the container by the end of this, but c'est la vie. Can't do much about that. So, let's put this into the oven. Shall we? It usually takes... Plane ticket shouldn't be that bad. Well, you have to be coming pretty quick, mate. You better be on the first plane out of America right now. Putting the timer on. I have to do it minute by minute. Beep, 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 beep. Stand it up. Stick it here. Let's take this to the oven, shall we? There we are. It's in, and so it begins. The slow cook. Start running. Oh, I didn't even notice you had too many N's there. Start running. Running. But yes, now. I was going to do some steamed vegetables with this. in the microwave. So, oh, it's 12 o'clock, so by 1 o'clock, I'll have some lunch to eat. So, let's cut up some vegetables, shall we? This board is in awful condition, but it'll have to do. There'll be some cheese on my my vegetables. What vegetables should I cut? I have some sweet potato. That would be nice. Sweet potato, carrot, and a green. What greens do I have? I haven't really thought about this. Look at how prepared I am. I was buying bulk, so I tend to make meals out of what I've got. That's how I cook. I buy things cheaply and in bulk and use them for 100 different meals. You could make some mashed potatoes, I think. Same. Yes. Well, it's the easy way to do things. It's the cheaply way to do things as well. Places like Aldi, and yes, Aldi. Bloody great. Aldi's great, you know. They're even better in New South Wales, but unfortunately I'm in Queensland. And Aldi in Queensland doesn't allow them to, they're not allowed to sell alcohol within shopping centres. Alcohol stores and shopping centres have to be separate. Coles has its branches Liquorland, but in New South Wales, Coles can have its Liquorland branch within Coles, within the store, within the supermarket. But not so for the other sort of things, for New Queensland. Broccoli goes well with lasagna. I wonder if I have any. I have parsley. Doesn't seem I have any broccoli. Coles. Coles is spelled, in Australia, is spelled C-O-L-E-S. It's a supermarket chain. Nah, it's a supermarket chain. C-O-L-E-S. Coles. And then you've got Woolies, which is Woolworths, which is its competitor. There's the two big ones, Coles and Woolies. I haven't got broccoli, but I do have peas. Or beans. I'm gonna go with peas, though. They look nicer. Peas are hilarious, though. Speaking of peas, my brother hated peas when he was younger. Absolutely detested them. Could never get him to eat them. It was really interesting. It was one of those things. And then, funnily enough, my nephew, who resembles my brother, it's strange how it's not even his son, but they look exactly like each other. It's bizarre. But my nephew also hated peas. Well, I've had some very interesting lasagnas. See, my nieces like all their sort of superfoods and stuff like that, and I've seen lasagna with what's the word for it? Eggplant in it. I've seen lasagna with lots of vegetables in it, zucchini, that sort of thing. And you know, I was going to do something fancy today, but then I decided, nah, it's all about nostalgia. I'm showing you how I had it when I was younger, how we made it back in the day, back when I was a young man. This is a nice watch. I like this watch. Yes, I'll put peas with it, some mashed potatoes, some, peas and mash, some sweet potato and some carrots. That's how my family lived on. If all else failed in our family, you got a cheap pack of sausages, and you'd have sausages and veggies. And the sausages were always, you know, just the cheapest ones you could get. And the vegetables were always sweet potato, pumpkin, carrot, and a green. Usually broccoli, but peas or... I also had mashed potato. It was great. It's a great spread meal, sausages and veggies. I suppose it's bangers and mash in England, but we just called it sausages and veggies. You know, old bloody barbecue and veggies. Old snags and veggies, eh? And I think that's what we'll do today. We'll have a bit of mash. I don't think we'll need the sweet potato, actually. So maybe we'll have some mash, some peas, and some carrots. How about that? Sounds good. Look at these carrots, though. Bloody mighty carrots. You see, recently, Coles and Woolies have both started a sort of reduction of waste campaign. Because, you know, people, you always see supermarket carrots and supermarket vegetables, and if you go to a market garden sort of thing, or like a fruit market, like, you know, your local fruit market, you know, they're usually called fruit markets. But they usually have carrots that are quite large or mutated and look silly and strange and bizarre because they're coming from local farms, and I tend to like to farm there. But recently, Coles and Woolies, to kind of corner that market, have started taking the things that they'd normally reject. They call it the odd bunch in Coles, I believe. The odd bunch movement. Because Coles and Woolies have all, you know, people tend to buy carrots that look nice, you know. They're beautiful looking carrots, they're straight, they're not too fat, they're not too skinny, they have that nice taper to them. The same thing with everything. Everyone has an expectation of what something looks like. And so, but Coles and Woolies have recently been not throwing out all of these mutated carrots, and I've had some, these are pretty good. And it's great because they're cheaper. Because you can get a kilo and a half of carrots, you know, half a dime. You bloody... practically daylight robbery on the side of the market. And I know why they're doing it, because people would go, ooh, cheap, and buy it. And then they would be in the store, and then they'll buy other things that are more expensive, you know, luxury items. It's the whole idea of getting people in with cheap products to get them with it. Problem is, I know, and so I'm not very... They don't get me with those things, but that's for sure. So yes, they've got this odd bunch, and it's very nice. If I can't get to the market garden, or the fruit market nearby, and I can get to the Coles, then it's a great thing. It's cheap. We'll probably only be using half of this carrot, because I do not need to eat this. This is, you know, look at this thing in size comparison to my hand. I can stab a man with this. If this was attached to a person of the male variety, I imagine they'd be in great, where am I going with this dirty joke? I was going to say a dirty joke and I've ruined it. But yes, if this was attached to a man of the... a person of the rougher sex, I suppose. I imagine they'd be in great demand. With both males and females along? What was I doing? It's time to peel some potatoes. Put my keyboard on the floor. This is an absolute mess, but you know, it works. Normally I'd just peel these straight into the bin, but, you know, I have to look good for the cameras. At least this now, wearing gloves, I'm not going to accidentally bloody peel my bloody knuckles, or the base of my hand. I used to do so much cooking sometimes and I'd keep hitting the base of my hand with, this is not this one, this is quite good, but there's these really sharp peelers that I've had. And also knives, when I haven't had peelers, or the peeler's broken. But I kept peeling the base of my hand. It was painful. And so I'd end up with calluses down there. Because I kept doing it. Aldi's finally become more mainstream. People think it's a lower end grocery store. It's quite good. Aldi over here is that those weekly buys are quite handy when you need some cheap stuff. And Aldi once sold for a short time this beautiful whiskey cheese that was wonderful with some jazz. I loved it, but unfortunately, they don't sell it anymore. But yes, no, there's a lot of good stuff that's in Aldi that I would buy. You know, the Coke knockoff that's like, you know, less than $1 a can at Aldi is very good, and it works well as a mixer. In fact, I prefer it as a mixer. I prefer the Aldi Coke and the Aldi soft drinks as mixers. And they're very cheap. Oh, I'm hungry. The smell. I've just realized it hit me suddenly how hungry I am. I purposely didn't eat breakfast. If you can cook, you can turn anything into a 5-star meal. Yes. Especially if you take a long time to cook and then you're really hungry by the time you get it. Because, you know, hunger is the best spice. But the one problem I have with Aldi stuff is a lot of their spice mixes I find are terrible. So if you're going to do stuff from Aldi, just get the spices from Aldi and make the spice mix yourself. Don't buy spice mixes from Aldi. You know, the Mexican spice mixes and the salsa mixes, they're not very good, I find. It's just very bland and terrible. So if you're going to do anything from Aldi, make everything yourself. Learn how to make your spice mixes if you want to have tacos. Learn how to make a taco spice mix out of the actual spices individually. That's what I suggest. But the canned tomatoes are fine. Everything else is quite fine. They do have a problem with having enough vegetables, I find. I'd find if I'm going to go to Aldi, I won't bother getting vegetables there. Meat is quite good there. Meat's quite cheap, especially if you can catch it when it's on sale. So keep an eye out for the right sale. Meat's quite good. But the vegetables, I'd just go to a local fruit market. But Australia has a very big culture of fruit markets, and they're very, very cheap compared to supermarkets. And you can usually they just look a bit more ugly. And sometimes they don't. They look beautiful. These gigantic, beautiful, cheap. I saw these sweet potatoes, the size of my head. Cost me practically nothing. It's amazing. Now I'm going to turn these into mash, so. Yeah, so that's the Aldi's a great place to go. I imagine it's still cheap over there too, so that's pretty good. And it pretty much, if you play your cards right, it's all exactly the same. Identical to the other stuff. But if you have a local fruit market and you've checked the prices and there is a difference, because they are for me, then go there. It's all about not playing the game of the supermarket. You know, you have to put a lot more energy into shopping cheaply and to living on a small amount. It takes a lot of energy, I'll say that. It's not easy. It's bloody difficult to live cheaply. But you can do it. Not everyone. And granted, I know, but there are some uni students who don't even have enough money to afford 2-minute noodles. So that's not going to work. You have to have a bit of freedom. But, you know, if you play your cards right, it could be even less than $100 of... How long have I could... You know, if you're by yourself, cooking for yourself, you can survive on, probably, if you play your cards right, less than $100 a fortnight? Maybe even $100 a week. You know, $75 a week, perhaps? $150 a fortnight? It depends. It's Australian colours too, but it can be quite difficult. It's more difficult than when I was younger, that's for certain. I was blessed when I was a young man, even though when I didn't have much money when I was very young. I was taught to live frugally, even though things were cheaper. Yes. Now. Let's get this stuff out of there. Cut this carrot in half. Yes, and, you know, if you meet any chefs, or you know anyone who knows any chefs, go into the kitchen while they're cooking. Steal recipes of chefs. Most chefs don't cook very complicated meals. They just know what works well together and how to actually cook it. It's not usually that difficult. So, if you can steal some recipes of some professional chefs you meet, you may be able to make some beautiful stuff with barely anything. And build a spice cabinet over time. Spices are a bit more expensive, but build a spice cabinet, because those things will last you forever. I've had some spices that I've had for probably close to a decade. You know, star anise that I've bought, 8 years ago that I still have. You know, it only cost me $20 back then. So it's all these very good pieces of advice. I don't know why I've suddenly started talking about pieces of advice, how to live cheaply, but one of those things. So carrot sticks. Get a good sparkler selection at home. Yes, I do too. It's very good to have. That should be enough for me. I'll need to mash those. Put the butter back in the fridge. It's getting quite hot in this kitchen, actually. I might need to open a window. Excuse me. Oof. I have to open a window on the other side of the house. Get a bit of a foo breeze. But yes! Ugh. Most of my expenses come from snacking, which I've cut back on. Yes. There's two things, especially in Australia, there's two things that'll bloody bankrupt you the fastest. Playing the game of the supermarket, which is, going and buying something cheap from a supermarket, then going, oh, I bought this thing so cheap, I'll grab a pack of chocolate, it's on sale. Chocolate's terrible, and it's delicious, and I love it, and I still buy it too, but, you've just got to, you can't buy that sort of stuff if you're going to be cheap, and that's where it comes from. I have a problem too, but I have something that most people have. There's a factory outlet near me. It's probably the greatest thing. It's so nostalgic going to this thing. Back in the day, I could go with a couple of pence to a corner store, and bloody, I could buy, half the store. I could get my bread and my milk and my candy that I was supposed to, I used the money I was supposed to give as a tithe at church to buy candy on the way to Sunday school. But back then it was easy to snack. It's one of those things that's probably affected most, I feel, by this whole inflation thing, is like luxury goods like candy. And also a lot of local places, you don't have local candies anymore, really. There's not much of it. So it's hard to get cheap local candy. Back then I could do it, but these days I have this beautiful place near me. Oh, I love it. I'm not going to say it because it actually tells you exactly where I am because I'm right next to it. But there is an outlet of a type that is just wonderful. My nephew used to live near me. He's moved away to a job, and he keeps lamenting. One of the things, he mentions it every time we're on a phone call. He's like, I miss that store. I could buy snacks. I could buy, you could spend $10 and buy, a week's worth of snack. I'm not kidding. Granted, you'd have to understand that you're not going to get everything. This place has a strange availability. It sort of takes strange snacks. You have weird flavored snacks. The Flamin' Hot Peanuts are from there. And they have all these kind of flavors that, I don't know if they're not popular or this is like a test flavor or something like that, but this place always has incredibly cheap snacks. In fact, let me go get them. They even have old hard candies. Someone started streaming that doesn't stream regularly. Oh, don't worry about it. We've put the old lasagna in the oven. Time is there. Got 23 minutes till it's ready. It's looking beautiful, fellas. Should have seen what we have in the States. But yes, it's amazing, this store. It gets so cheap and it's wonderful. It reminds me of the time if I could go with such a small amount of money to a corner store and buy so much stuff. And there's actually sell these too at this store, and they're quite cheap. These little hard candies, and I love them. Give myself one. Absolutely lovely. I love these hard candies. I really miss them. These are like chic now. These are like, you know, chic luxury goods now. Everyone likes these bloody soft candies. Sugar rocks. Delicious. But yes, that's how I keep my stacking stuff down. It's this local store that, honestly, I don't think exists anywhere else. I don't think this store exists anywhere else. Which is why it's just so good. I don't know how they get prices so cheap, but you can buy bulk there too. It's like a Tesco. And you can buy like sometimes you can get, a bottle of soda for, 50 cents. And that reminds me of back in the day too. You get like a bottle of ginger beer or local Australian. A lot of them are local Australian brands too, small Australian brands. You could get these local Australian brand, lemonade or ginger beer or really weird ones like coffee beans soda. It's very interesting. That's all 50 cents a bottle or, $12 for a case of 24. It's ridiculous. And that's how I keep my expenses down. And I bring a lot of those snacks to visit people. So if somebody's like, could you come and, bring some of the stuff from that store, if you could, I'll give you some money, get me as much as you can, sort of thing. It's great. It's wonderful. I love it. You can go in and you can buy a whole trolley's worth of bloody items. It doesn't even cost you, $50. It costs you like, $30. It's great. Though you will have to admit that you can't get every flavor. You're not going to get good flavors. You're not going to get normal flavors there. If you get a packet of Pringles, it's not going to be, original flavored Pringles or sour cream and onion. It's going to be, souvlaki flavored Pringles. Or, sounds like a lot like Bidlots over here. This one tends to have strange flavors. I feel like, those kind of weird limited time flavors that don't sell very well. Doritos food truck flavors and Pringles food truck flavors and Doritos flavors of the world sort of limited run things. They all turn up here for very cheap in this store. You also have old stuff, and I wonder if they buy it off supermarkets. I wonder if supermarkets can't sell it or aren't able to move enough product and they buy it in bulk. And so there's a whole section of the store where everything's about to go out of its best before date. And that stuff is, pennies. You can buy half the store for pennies with that. It's very interesting. Hard candy. Delicious. You can also buy a golden gay time cheesecake. And a Toblerone cheesecake. It's funny. If I was a poor uni student, I'd exclusively buy from that store, actually. Because they have a frozen food section where you can get an entertainer's pack of, like, those spring rolls and dumplings and, pockets and stuff like that. Those sort of, like, Chinese, vaguely, Western Chinese and like foods that you can put in the oven. Or deep fry. Spring rolls, that's, spring rolls, money bags, and I forgot what they're called. Yum cha or something like that. And you can get a pack of 52 of those. 52 items in this pack. For $5. 52. I can feed myself on that for a whole week. I can have lunches for a whole week set with $5. It's the best place. It'll be a tragedy if I ever have to move away from this area. Bloody tragedy. And actually, if a plan of mine goes through next year, I might have to move away for a short amount of a fair bit of time. I'll miss it. I will. I will. I will miss it. Yes, rock candy. This is from Melbourne, this stuff. It's something I like about country towns, actually. A lot of country tourist towns have this sort of rock candy. They always have like a traditional stab a carrot. This is a vegetable knife, but I can stab a carrot if you want. There we are. Say, ah, here comes the aeroplane, the most threatening way to give a carrot stick to a child. Here comes the aeroplane. That's very threatening. Let's try and feed my cup. God, that was threatening. I'll get you, mate. Hey, hey, hey. Bloody get ya. Hey, come on. Give us a couple of bucks. Gotta buy some ciggies, mate. Hey? Hey? Probably gonna get banned doing that. Probably shouldn't do that. Yes, like this. By the way, that's the Atherton's table and his tea right there. Underneath the seal of approval. I think he's happy with us. These beautiful little things. My mother got these while she was overseas at one point. Little glass birds. And we have a kookaburra. Piece of wood. Very nice. You want to pet the seal? Hey, pet the seal? Come on. Pet the old seal. Hey. There he is. Oh, look at him. He approves of all of you. The seal of approval approves. Now, let's get these vegetables in the microwave, shall we? Seal the deal, yes. Seal that deal with the devil. Ah. Yes, once we get these things, be right back. Alright. We're almost done. Almost ready to eat, eh? Drink the last of my tea. Move that. There. It's a beautiful cup. That lasagna is looking wonderful, fellows. I wish I could show you in the oven. We only got 13 more minutes, eh? And it will be ready. Should probably start cleaning up, shouldn't I? I'll use the same microwave container for all of this. I set up my pot so I could make multiple cups of tea, and I didn't actually do that. Oh well. If only I could give you some hard candy, because you've all been very good listeners, and I think you all deserve a piece of candy, but I can't give you any candy, so sorry about that, guys. You'll just have to survive on the smell of the thought of me giving you a piece of candy. Have to survive on the thought. Just know that I wanted to give you a piece of candy, and, that'll be good enough. Yes. Bloody cooked, mate. Bloody cooked. Does cooked mean the same thing elsewhere? These days, cooked is used to mean somebody. If somebody's cooked, it means they're very drunk. Like, oh, he's bloody cooked, mate. Oh, I was cooked. Oh, I'm fully cooked, mate. Means you're completely drunk, or completely high, or completely... Depends what you're on, I suppose. Yeah, cooked, mate. Bloody cooked. Or in this case, I'm fucking cooked, mate. Fucking cooked. It's one of those things. Does that mean it the same in other countries? Because I know Australia has a habit of making some strange slang. Just getting everything set up. Sorry about that. I keep walking away, so... But I'm still here. Don't worry. I haven't left you alone. Making sure they all have containers for everything. Gotta take pills and feed the cat. Don't worry. You did it quite quickly. Goodness. Fast. Speedy Gonzales, my friend. Yes. Should we make a cocktail for lunch? It seems a bit early to be drinking. But I could. What do you think? What should we do? Should I make a... Wine always goes well with lasagna, red wine. I've got some boxed wine. It's probably not ideal for it. Probably not ideal. But it could go well. Box wine, throw it in a little fancy wine glass. Do this, and I'll stand when my phone dies. Alright. You mean... perhaps... Oh, he's looking a bit nervous today. Looking a bit nervous. Oh, he's a bit nervous, eh? This is going to be very strange if anyone else walks in on this. Amazing. There you go. I don't know why I bend to you so often, Panda. I don't know why I bend to your whims so often. I suppose it's because you're one of the only people who sits around keeping asking me to do strange things. You have some very strange requests. Speaking of, I was really worried about my phone, actually. Because I couldn't find my charging cord, because I use a wireless charger. But when it's up here in its little mount on the top of the tripod, I can't actually use a normal wireless charger. So, but luckily I found a cord in the car that I use for the car radio. So it's hopefully keeping the bloody thing alive. And considering the camera's recording still, I'm saying it is. Thank God for giant batteries. Where's that knife gone? Yeah. Perfect. Just live with the stream and chat. What about this? Why is this a mode? I don't know. Well, you know, YouTube is one to make an inclusive space. You know, they can't, you know, freedom of speech. But you can go get... There you go. That's actually what I use quite often. You see, my nephew has this habit of walking in. Every time he walks in, instead of waving, like, oh, hello, he always walks in and goes, what's up? Does that. Like, hey. What's up, Uncle Eric? And immediately flips me off. He always does it. It's consistent. He's lived too much in, you know, he's lived too much in rural Queensland. That's the problem. Starts talking like talks like, ugh. My sister-in-law as well, all the people, all of my family from that part of Queensland. They're like, oh, yeah, mate. Yeah. And like, oh, it's just Joe. Yeah? Oh, it's bloody hell, mate. Hey, fuck off. They all talk like that. And, you know, they swear at each other. The whole playing the flute, the... Ever seen this one? The whole, like, playing the flute thing? Don't know how I'm going to do this on camera. But you sit there, you're playing the trumpet, actually. Let's do the trumpet. You're playing the trumpet. She's a music teacher, if you don't know. Let's make a small amount of mashed potato, shall we? Lovely. I know, right? Oh. I like this old thing. Look how old this thing is. It's bent. I've used this thing so much to make mashed potatoes over the years that the metal has slowly become bent and rolled, because you roll it when you're making mashed potatoes. You're like, whoa, roll back and forth. Granted, I could have used the potato ricer, and I have one. This is going to throw everything off. Everyone is missing out on this stream, I know, right? Beautiful. There's a few people watching. I wouldn't be surprised if my family came to watch this one and just didn't say anything, because... But yes, this is the old way of making mashed potatoes. They use these fancy potato ricers these days. Make this really smooth mashed potatoes, but I prefer this way. A little dash of milk. A bit of margarine. We use margarine because it's cheaper than butter. Oh, a bit much margarine. Whoops. And you gotta mix it through. It's actually quite difficult. I don't tend to make mashed potatoes for myself, so it's kind of a bit interesting to make it, because I'm usually used to making it in much bigger batches. And also in a different container. I don't know why I'm using a flat plate for this one. I'm about to throw my monitor off the bloody table if I'm not careful. Still a bit dry, but... This is the mashed potato of the old days. A Q-tip? I see. You go queue up for that tip. That sounds strange now I say it out loud. Hello, Chef Winters. Well, hello, Lord Theo. We're almost done. I'm just making up some mashed potatoes to have with it. You got about 2 minutes left on the clock. think we're enough here. But yes, how are you doing, Lord Theo? Eh? Having a good day? Mashed potato, let's go! Yes, indeed, it's a wonderful one, isn't it? We're having some peas as well. Move everything out of the way. Start setting up this table to eat at. I'm going to cook some pork and beans with crackers later. Ooh, very nice. Reminds me of pork crackling when you said that, actually. I bloody love pork crackling. When I was younger, I always thought crackling would break my teeth. It always put my teeth on edge crackling, but these days I really love it. Oh, it's amazing. I love pork crackling. You've made me hungry for pork crackling, mate. Yes. ETA, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Let me start getting everything plated up, shall I? Can't decide what table mat I should use. Here's my cup. The plate. It's nice, doesn't it? Yeah, I've had a very important game with my PS2. Shrek 2 game. Oh my god. But yes. What placemat should I use? Question indeed. Oh, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. There it is. Let's go check this oven, shall we? The hell are my oven mitts? Happy birthday! Did sort of seem like that, didn't it? What bloody hell are my oven mitts? Give me a moment. I need to go find my oven mitts. There they are. They were hanging on a tape. I went all around the house. And I found them. Woo! Even though they were really right behind the monitor, hanging on a chair. Here we are. Time for the great reveal. Are you all ready? Here it is. There we are. Look upon it in all its glory. There we are. Beautiful, isn't it? Let me plate it up elsewhere. I'll put the vegetables on elsewhere. Oh my god, I want it. Well, you can't have it. It's all mine. This is my plan all along. It was to torture you all psychologically. Fear me, I am the master torturer. Yes, vegetables on this plate first. We just look upon its glory. Oh no, anyway. Oh, come on, Jay. Hey, show more excitement than that. Oh, I guess you did the whole oh my god thing. I'm over outside of the screen currently getting all the vegetables plated. Last thing is the carrots, then I'll be over with you. There we are. Anyways, back to flying a plane. Fair enough. Keep your eye on the prize. You'll get here eventually if you fly fast enough. Get the old half-melted old thing. Let's cut ourselves a piece, shall we? Ooh. This is going to be incredibly hot, so... Ooh, that crackly top. Ooh, listen to that. Ooh. Shing. I know it's probably not quite halfway, but... Usually I make these things into 6 servings. Probably should be using a knife for this. Don't fly and text at the same time. You could hurt somebody. You could. That should be a good enough piece, I think. Need to break the... Let's see if this comes out. Hey, there we are. Oop. Amazing. So look at that. Centerpiece all the way to Kentucky. Sorry about that. Like your parents always told you to think about the kids in Africa. There we are. Look at that. Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Kind of out of focus, I suppose. There we are. A meal for a king. That's for certain. Maybe I should move you out of the way so you can actually see it a bit more. Give me a moment. I need that lasagna. Give me a moment. I'll move chat. Move you out of the way. I'm hiding the seal of approval, though. There we are. Much nicer look now. Now you can actually see it. You can also see the butter and the rock candy. Some orange demon may approve of your gift to his church. He's not bloody having a damn dime of it, mate. It's all mine. All mine. You can take that garlic and shove it up his ass, mate. I'm tired. What a journey, eh? What a bloody journey. I suppose I should get some cutlery. I think we plated it up quite well, too. I think it looks quite good plated up like this. Move this microphone further away. There we are. Oh. Now I suddenly feel like I have to say the Lord's Prayer. Father thou art in heaven. It's starting to feel like I should say grace, like I used to when I was a young man, back when I lived with my family. Because my parents were Christian, and so we always used to say grace. That was the word we had. The food we eat, and the hands that prepare it, the health to enjoy it, and friends to share it. We thank you, Lord. Amen. That was our grace. Very strange, isn't it? I don't do that anymore, of course, but I'm waiting until it cools down. I'm trying to delay so that I don't melt my mouth on lasagna. I'd rather have my sense of taste to enjoy it. Speaking of, let's be a bit fancy, shall we? I know it's not exactly the right thing. It's cheap wine, but it'll look nice. Let's get a bottle of cheap wine, eh? There we are. Glass of red. Glass of boxed red, but you know. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere after this, so. I can't go anywhere after this is probably more to the point. That's the smell of that delicious, cheap wine. Yes, crunchy. How's it taste? Say it. What, the wine? Awful. Actually quite sweet. What fruity. Like, kind of spicy almost. Well, let's get ourselves one bite. I should get one of those ASMR mics, damn. Missed opportunities. You're about to find I'm an absolute slob when I eat. I'm blowing on it. Oh. As good as I remember. My mother certainly knew her stuff. It's delicious. The nutmeg, the white sauce. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I love it so much. And the vegetables are quite nice too. Very thin pieces of carrot. Tender. Use carrots. Surprisingly smooth for the potato. I've done a good job. I nailed it. Bloody well knocked it out of the park, I did. Because, I was really worried this would go terribly wrong. But, you know, there we are. Probably put the wine next to there now. There we are, some wine. Probably should have gotten some proper wine. Bought yourself a bottle of, a $15 bottle or a $20 bottle or something. That'd have been nice. The Bucks Shiraz will do. It's not great, but it works. Yes, now the strange part begins, where I'm just sitting here eating it, and you're all wanting to eat it. I hope you all wanted to eat it, that's the idea. Yes. Oof. Bloody well nailed it, didn't I? What a beautiful piece. Maybe I should take a picture of this. Give me a moment. I'm gonna choke on those carrots. Oh dear. Calm down, mate. I don't, but thanks for the offer. Oh, a shame. Delicious. And nostalgic. So nostalgic. Oh, that's a nice breeze. There's some brains rolling in, it seems. I don't have to water the plants, then. But yes, oosh. So crunchy on the top, it's hard to get the fork in. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, the sticky sauce. Practically like glue. I've always been terrible at eating. I could never put me in a fancy place because I don't eat normally. I eat like a crazy person. Blowing on the damn thing. That was a bit hot. Ah! Oh! Ouch, I think I burnt my mouth. Oh, goodness. That piece was a bit big and a bit hot. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, you may not believe me, but a great deal of what I do on this stream is just me. So, it's more being true to myself than being true to a character. I'll admit that. I like wearing shirts like this. It's very rude, but saying I'm old. Bloody saying I dress like an old man or something, hey? Because I am. But it's normally what I wear. Got my old Iron Williams on. The pants. Panda is just me too? Well, that's the thing. I'm not lying to you at all. What I am showing you is just me. I wouldn't say I'm lying to you. I like this shirt. Very nice. Very clean. I thought it looked quite nice today. I looked in my cupboard and was, I'm feeling like dressing up like an Australian bushman. That's why, if you can't see it, back there behind those is a Kubra. Old Kubra hat from years and years ago. Yes. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I really pressed myself this time. Oh, of course it's yourself, unless you're someone else's hands. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm playing like that, fake ID for a split second. Maybe I've got one of those, Has anyone ever played that game? Even has a cowboy hat. It's a bushman hat, thank you very much. I'm a bushman, not a cowboy. I'm a drover or a bushman. That's what they call them in Australia. A bushman. The old Snowy River Cobra. Australian manufacturer. Made in Australia. Very nice. Yes, I played that game. Yes, with the game, yes. It's a sort of a theatre thing, I suppose. It's, no, my phone is dying, a shame. But yes, it's a theatre game. The idea is one person is talking and playing out a scene, and the hands have to gesture and, you know, move like how I'm doing like this. They gesture and talk and make threatening gestures. And it's a kind of a game where both the hands have to be improving to match what the person's saying, and the person has to improv to what the hands are doing. And so it's kind of like and if it's a game you play to kind of like increase your, improv ability with other people. It's one of the many theatre sports that exist. Like, if I ever was able to join a big company, it's one of the things I'd want to do. Theatre sports. They're very fun. They're silly, they're ridiculous, and as long as you have the right group of people together, it is bizarre. But theatre sports have a lot of games like Death in a Minute and Space Jump and all these sort of things, which they're all improv games. And I remember helping with competitions about this sort of thing. Like, schools used to do competitions. They're very fun. And if I were to join a big company that had big budgets for 3D and stuff like that, as a VTuber, I'd want to do that, I'd want to do theatre sports. I'd call them, like, the Winter Games or something like that. If I can keep my name, of course, when joining this company. I'd call them the Winter Games. But yes, I don't know why I'm wearing the hat right now. Wearing the hat, you can see the shadow, see? Down here. The hat's on my head. Wearing a hat inside. Like an inane bastard I am. Delicious. There's just something about this type of lasagna. No lasagna have I had that I like more than this particular recipe. And if you actually go back through it, you can probably make it yourselves. You can't see your facey face. No, you can't. But you can see my hat. I'm wearing it. Just know I'm wearing a hat. Not a chef's hat, an Akuba, but who knows? Like the poorer version of the Hunger Games, the Winter Games. I was more making a joke about the fact that the Olympic Winter Games. Oh, we get arms and hat. And actually, I feel very much like I'm in the bush, and this is going to be risky, but I'm going to move the camera and make it look at the wall in front of us. I feel like I'm in the countryside, because of this, my kitchen dining room table on the wall right next to us. I've pushed it against the wall, the dining room table, to give myself more space to put the camera behind me and stuff, but I'm going to move the camera. Let's move it. Up we go. There we are. For that. Now this is a very nostalgic painting for me. There we are. That's the painting on the wall. It's massive. Practically the whole wall. But it's actually only a quarter, I believe, of the size of the original painting. See, my grandmother painted a lot. Yes, you saw yourself. And she painted environments, Australian outback environments. And this is of Lake Corella. Yes, actually. I'll leave it on it for a while. You can see a couple of kangaroos. There's a few behind my head. There's also, up in the tree, there's a kookaburra. There's a over this tree. There are a lot of small animals throughout it. There's lizards down, snakes and lizards down there, that rock right there. There's a blue tongue. You can't quite see it. It's just off the screen here. There's the kangaroos over there. But my grandmother had a house full of paintings. I have another one down the corridor of hers that she gave to me before she passed away. And she loved painting environments. So she had beaches, and she was a very good painter. And in her house where she retired to, she as a flying squirrel, she would paint the walls. And there was a cupboard and a wall, a massive wall, probably bigger than this, like about 4 times the size of this painting. By the way, this is my hand in comparison to the size of this painting. About 4 times the size of this painting was a wall, and it was this whole thing. Slightly lost a bit on the sides, and she painted it with all these little things, so the kids could sit there and look at it, and the grandkids could sit and look at and try and find all the animals when we stayed at her place. And so she had the whole wall, and then she had a cupboard that also was like a trail. So at the middle of the cupboard was a trail down to a river and trees. It was beautiful. And recently, we thought we would have to sell that house because we still had it in the family, and we were going to have to sell it. So we desperately found a person who was able to scan it and scan the whole wall. And then we each got a print up of it. Some got a smaller one, some got a bigger one. I put it in the kitchen. Also, there's these beautiful Australian wildlife, things. But yes, and it's just beautiful. She made it so we could sit there and look at it for ages, looking at all the little animals and creatures and all that sort of thing. But yes, Lake Coralla, Western Queensland, I believe. Central Queensland, actually. Beautiful. There's a lot of them. She was a very good painter. She wasn't able to do as much at the end of her life, so she used to paint a painting for every child, but by the time I was old enough to get my own painting, she was unable to paint anymore, so she just went up to one of the paintings in her house and took it down and gave it to me. That's down the hallway. But yes. It's a beautiful painting, and it makes me feel like I'm in the countryside because of this painting. But yes, let me move back to the lasagna. Excuse me. Turn this back. Come on, mate. Fight against me. This thing is fighting against me. God damn it. This is an old tripod. Very, very old tripod. So it gets a bit rusty sometimes. Is not wanting to do it. That's close enough. There we are. Very interesting, isn't it? It's beautiful stuff. Yeah, so I'm in the countryside right now. Got my cowboy hat, got my lasagna. Show us the PS2. I can go grab it if you want. Let me have a pay for that lasagna first, though. Should be cool enough to eat easily. Excuse me. Interesting story indeed. Well, one of those things. We didn't actually end up selling the house. Happy end to that story is we didn't have to paint over this painting in the original house. My uncle decided to sell his retirement home and move into the old one. It was his mother's house. My uncle, his mother, was the one who painted this. So he moved into the house instead, selling his own house and moved there. So it's still in the family, luckily enough. Yes. Such a nostalgic painting. I've never been to Lake Cordell, and it looks different to this now. Doesn't look like this anymore. This is Lake Cordella back in the 50s or 40s. Very different place. Let me go grab the picture. My picture has a general in it, the old dog. There you go. There's the PS2. I don't know if I'll be able to fit this in the frame, but this is the one she gave me. This is my painting. Very different, very beautiful, isn't it? A country house with a little dog down there. Cool painting, yes! And here's the PS2. With the boys' memory card on it from my nieces. My nephews. That's their memory card. The boys. Yes, it is a beautiful painting, that one. There's so much history in this house. So much history. Was that your house? It was a house. That's the thing. The painting was originally made for other people. It wasn't made specifically for me, but that was an old house. I can't remember where it was, but it was, I think it was my great-grandparents' house, actually, that one. Like my grandmother's father's house in the middle of nowhere. They had it in the family for many years until the 70s or 80s, I think. We used to visit there. It's an old house. That's why General's there. He was still around in the 80s. No, he was still around in the 80s. He was around in the 70s, I mean, sorry. He was an old dog. Amazing, yes. But yes. The painting is very nice, but I remember giving it to her, but it wasn't so long after she gave me that painting that she passed away, actually. It was quite soon after. She was very upset that she couldn't paint it for me. She wanted to paint one, but she just wasn't able to anymore. She had lost a lot of her motor skill in her old age. She just couldn't paint anymore. Very sad. But that's the nature of things, unfortunately. I was blessed enough to get a painting at all. Each had stories behind them. My grandfather knew every story behind them. You could ask him about every painting, and he would tell you how they got there, and what they were doing there. He knew all the stories. She probably did too, but he had a very good memory, my grandfather. Sharp as a tack till the day he passed away. And so he'd walk around the house, telling you the same stories. Very interesting. But I wouldn't do them justice here, so I'll refrain from those stories. What a strange stream this has been. What a journey we've been on. I'm glad I was able to show people that painting. I'm glad. You see the difference in detail. This big painting has lots of large, vast brushstrokes, whereas the one I showed you before, very tight brushstrokes, very small, very detailed.
It had a bit more texture to it, of course, when in the original painting. This is just a picture, a scan of the original painting, so it doesn't have the texture that the wall has. But that's perhaps what's missing, why it seems so different. It is. What a journey we've been on, eh? It's worked out quite well. Some very dry wine. I'm just now lost in thought and nostalgia. No stream is stranger than the Ghostwire Tokyo, where the chat and the stream were in two different timelines. Yes, that was strange. Where I was, just playing the bloody game, and Panda and Andy and I think you two and everyone were in this bloody multiple arc-long adventure where they were all fighting each other over the power of lean. There were demon lords and plot twists, and my dad's stronger than your dad, and it was ridiculous. It was mad. Absolutely madhouse. It was mad as cut snakes, I tell you. Mad as cut snakes, like the snake in that painting, actually. It's strange just sitting at my, having all this equipment surrounding me, sitting at my dining room table. Sort of surreal. I'll do it a couple more times. Maybe I'll do this week and then the week after. Considering it's all set up, maybe I'll do it again. Maybe. I don't know what I'll cook, though. That'll be the question, wouldn't it? I've really done a good job. I think Ghostwire is my first time seeing you. Yes, I think it was the first time you turned up. I remember also, speaking of strange people turning up in Ghostwire, didn't we have that fellow who was having a panic attack and turned up on our stream and asked me for help? I'm like, mate, I'm just an old man on the internet. Don't know how much I can help you with panic attacks. It was the first time we saw you, Lord, though, and we were all the richer for it. Oh, Lapsang Sushong. Forgot about that. Yeah, I remember. It would have been quite strange. And going, huh. Because I've always heard that sort of thing. I've always heard about people, what is it, trauma dumping is the phrase they use these days. And, I always heard of that sort of thing. But I never had seen it in person. And so when that turned up, I was quite surprised. It's quite a difficult position you get put into. There's no easy answer, is there? You can't just say, no, none of that. You have to be very hard to be able to do that, very hardy. I'm just too much of a soft fellow. I'm too willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. Oh. What time is it? Oh dear, it's almost 1:30. There we go. But once we finish this meal, I think we'll finish up the stream. This was very fun, and you've all been a very good audience. This wouldn't work so well if you weren't here chatting with me. This is a conversation, after all. Without you, I'd just be a depressed old man in a kitchen. Cooking food all by myself. Well, thank you all for sharing this all with me. It'll be a bloody mess to clean up. I've really made a mess of the kitchen. You can't see it because I've cleaned most of this away. But God, the kitchen looks like a bloody nightmare. And nothing a dishwasher can't fix. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, I'm gonna fall asleep after this, I think. It's a hearty meal. A hearty meal, and I'll have it for the next few days. So once I run out of this, we'll do another cooking stream, perhaps. That might be a while from now. Almost like it's a stream. Weird, right? Yeah, it's bizarre. It's almost like it's a stream. Who would have thought? Now, when I pressed the start stream button, I thought it was going to be me just shouting into the void like a depressed Shakespearean character doing a monologue. But no, it wasn't. It was a conversation. I wonder how they do it. You know, this is something about conversations. How do those big streamers, with, thousands of people watching them at once, how do they do that? How do they actually give that feeling that they're still interacting with their audience, Like, you can't do this. I suppose, do they do it like the super chats? I don't know. I feel like I've seen it, but it's not something I've consciously thought about. The difference. I've kind of just learned as I went. I don't really learn from anyone, really. I kind of just do things my own way. So, can't say I'm very aware of how people normally do things. But yes, I wonder how they do it. They have that whole super chat thing and members-only chat sort of stuff. I suppose that allowed them to make it more like a conversation. But I feel like they... it's weird. It's weird to think. Well, when I get popular, I'll tell you. I'll figure it out. Eh? It's a good watch. I like this watch. Citizen Eco Drive. It's a solar-powered watch, this one. The watch here. I would be wearing it, but... Oof. Suddenly, I'm just exhausted. Like I was hit suddenly with the bloody onions. I've suddenly been hit with a wave of tiredness. I've hit a wall. Hit a wall. Oh well. I feel like I've asked before this stream, but how do you like my decorations? How did did the decorations work? I can't even remember his only chat. Like paying to talk? No, thanks. That's fair enough. It's straight. Well, some do it because people, they keep getting bots, or they get bots, or bad actors, I suppose. Awful people. And so they do members only, just people who pay money to talk to somebody tend to be less likely to be an ass. Overtly. Less likely to be a prick. So, yes. But yes, how do you like my decorations? I think I did quite well with this decoration. It looks quite nice. If I would ever do a channel, these definitely would be in the background. Like how YouTubers sit in front of like a shelf. Put this stuff in the background. Looks quite nice. Works well with the dark wood of the table. But yes, that's what I hear about mostly member chat, is that sort of, but I digress. Back to members chat. Hello, Andy. Your tricks one way or another, yes, but the idea is to stop as many people from being pricks as you can. But yes, hello, Andy. How are you? Where have you been? Hey? You joined me. I finished the lasagna. Look at it. It looks beautiful. Drinking some red wine with my lasagna. I'm talking about the past. A lot of Era Quinter's lore this stream. A lot of my background, my past being revealed. Yes, how have you been, though? I was on a road trip. Yeah, you've been on holidays, haven't you? How have you been recently, though, Andy? The summoning and the fighting the Orange Demon Lord. Yes, we did do that. It was such a non-event when I cooked lasagna that I completely forgot to mention it. I drank my smoky tea. I fought a terrible orange and black creature that hates Mondays. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. We also had some hard candy. Yeah, have a candy. Talked about saving money. Got a lot of topics this stream, actually. Very much a just chatting streamer. I always swap my hands. Absolutely delicious. Knocked it out of the bloody park with that one. Oh, cool P&G. Yes, I just stuck a hat on my head. No one said my hat looked nice. Nice decoration you have. Love the paintings. It's very good, isn't it? I like this. It's very aesthetic. I'd miss it if I went anywhere else. These things I built up over years, so I'd really miss it. Yes. There's a wall around behind the camera about that way that I can't show you because it's absolutely covered in family photos. It's like a collage. Family photos. There's an old picture of me from back in the 80s, I think. When I had a big beard. Looked like a hippie. Big beard, wearing this. Actually, I think I was wearing this hat. Give me a moment. No, I was wearing the old straw hat. I wasn't wearing this hat, sorry. But I looked like a bloody hippie, I did. There we are. There you go. There's your PS2. Ooh. With the boys' memory cabinet. My nephews were the boys. We have a 22-hour road trip. Fun. Ooh, I've done a couple of those in my life. PS2! Yes. It's just sitting here. May as well pull out the painting while I'm still here. Just getting my gloves over the gloves off. Yeah. This is the painting, one of the paintings he was talking about. There you go. Beautiful. Old house that used to be a family. Oh, look. Colour. Painting's called Come Home. As the old dog, General. My old childhood dog, General. Yes, the painting's called Come Home. And it's in watercolor. God, that's where it was. Yes. Come home. Everyone, come home. She did that. I don't know what this one was called. She never named this one other than Lake Corella. But the lasagna's turned out spectacularly, Andy. The leaf has fallen in mine. As good as I remember it when I was a kid. This lasagna recipe is in a book older than you, Andy. The old recipe book that I retrieved from my mother and father's place. It's not really what you call it. It's more like a loose collection of paper. There you go. The old recipe book, in quotation marks, because it is just a loose collection of papers held between two blocks. A lot of recipes in that one. Recipes I grew up on. The book's in surprisingly good condition, all things considered. Granted, this is the second one. The last one almost fell apart. And the pages, the lasagna page in particular, is dissolving because we used it so much. It's hilarious. The shepherd's pie recipe, not the shepherd's pie, the spaghetti casserole recipe has completely disappeared. The ink's run out of the page, it's so old. But, and anyway, Andy, don't sell yourself short. I used a recipe. You just need a recipe and a bit of practice and you'll be fine. Anyone can make things that look this good. You just need to learn. A bit. You don't even learn that much. Granted, I was taught when I was younger. My parents made me learn how to cook. My mother was, variety was the spice of life. You should be able to cook Italian. You should be able to cook Greek. You should be able to cook French. You should be able to cook Chinese. And a lot of our recipes came from the country towns we lived in. I was born in a town almost made of Italians. Everyone spoke Italian. I never learned it, but everyone did, and that's where we got a lot of our Italian meals, is from them. We also learned how to make gluten-free pasta. And then they've got, we lived a lot of places where we knew a lot of people who were Chinese because they were quite commonly found in the country because a lot of Chinese families moved, even back in the gold rush, moved to rural areas and then their families stayed there. So they've been there for 100 years or 200 years. They still cook Australian Chinese cuisine. So I know how to cook that. I know how to cook Indian. So yes, I was forced to learn. Because I had to. And I was very proud of being able to cook. And I think you too, Andy. As long as you try hard enough and just cook off recipes online. So don't sell yourself short. The main reason I can cook something that looks this good because I am standing upon the shoulders of giants. Those giants being my own family. Looks great. It is great. Very delicious. Oh, excuse me. This has made me very tired. I'm gonna go stream tomorrow too. Ah, well. Oof. My hands are sweaty in these gloves. Yes, I'll finish up the rest of this off stream. This is very difficult to eat, that's why I'm kind of eating it slowly. Unlike some people, I eat all of my vegetables. I never had a choice. But yours. I don't know what else to say, really. We'll finish up this last bit and then we'll be done. Yes, tomorrow. Might be tomorrow night. Eating ramen all day. You just have to sit down and make a list. A list is a great way to cook well and live well. And it's hard to do it when you're living on like a salary of a university student. It's quite difficult because you have to pay your bills and all that sort of thing. So I understand it can be quite difficult. But sitting, you can make some very cheap meals. They won't be the cheapest. Buying, 2-minute noodle ramen and living on that does work better. It is cheaper, technically, but you can shop. You have to find the places that's the cheapest. Find what's cheapest right now, what's in season, that sort of thing. Then find a recipe that uses what's in season. And then you move from there, and you can actually live quite cheaply. And, this lasagna, I think to make it, the sheets, probably to make this whole lasagna, I can't say it'd be more than $30 to get everything inside this. Maybe 40. And this will last me 6 days. That is 6 whole meals. So it's less than $10 a meal, which is pretty cheap. Then lunches, you can make them quite cheaply, and breakfast too, you can make quite cheaply. Lunches can be sandwiches and that sort of thing, which can be very, very cheap, or it could be your ramen. I just think it's good to have one hearty meal a day. One hearty meal. But it's something you have to figure out on your own, unfortunately. I don't know your situation or where you are, so I can't really help you. Excuse me. Yes. Absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Oh, definitely want to do this one again. It's very fun. And that's the thing with all my creative streams. My reading streams, my poetry streams, my cooking streams, my cocktail streams, my New Year's stream. They're all fun. It's just, I'm lazy. Terribly lazy. And these take a lot of setup. This is my whole kitchen. Well, not my whole kitchen. This is my dining room table that I'm using. Mind if I suggest a game? Well, you can throw out the suggestions, but yes, shoot. I'm thinking of perhaps playing Starting Deus Ex next week. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I haven't quite decided yet. Because Monster Hunter Sunbreak's coming out soon, I kind of want to play that on stream. But what I need to do is, unfortunately, I have to actually get my PC version up there. There is no game. Wrong dimension. I don't know if that's the name of the game. I'm very confused. I'm getting some mixed signals from that name. If it is if that is your real name. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, have you gotten around to watching the Celeste stuff? How much of the Celeste streams have you watched? I did give Celeste a 10 out of 10, and I'd probably still say that. It does one thing really well. Celeste does one thing really... I wouldn't... 10 out of 10 is a bit hyperbolic, but... You know, it's close enough to a 10 out of 10 that I'd give it, like a 9.5 plus. Yeah. But I felt like I'd be hyperbolic for the sake of it. It did one thing, and it did it really well, I think. I may not have that opinion if I had tried to do the B-sides and the C-sides of the damn thing. But that's how it is. God, I really am suddenly quite tired. Oh well. Finish these vegetables later. I apologize for not finishing my plate. Actually, let's do it. Whatever. I feel bad not finishing a plate. My father are screaming in my ear. They screech in my ear. Oh, Eric, you're bloody wasting food. No ice cream for you. Excuse me. Dropping peas everywhere. Oh no, I've peed on the floor. See? My peas are on the floor. Oh, my sister, when she was younger, loved that joke. Whenever we would have had peas, inevitably someone would drop their peas. And she was like, oh no, they peed on the floor. Oh no, they peed on the floor. And then she would giggle for 30 minutes. She thought it was hilarious. No, no, I've peed on the floor. Yes, we've got to finish this so we can have dessert. Now, we won't finish the dessert on stream. What a smart name. Maybe peas. Who knows? Oof. Quite filling. There we are. Thanks for the food. Eh? What did Japanese say? Getting some dish there or something? You're sure some dish there or something. Been busy with that since I'm out of school. There you go. Busy, busy. You're a busy little bee, are you? Yes, it's a shame Panda's not here. Because I'm about to bring out something that I've been hiding all stream. Waiting for the time. Waiting till I finished my food. Because when you finish all your plate, you get to have dessert in the Winters family. But if you don't finish anything on your plate, no ice cream for you. His battery ran out this time, Andy. Cheers. Now, let's get something exciting, shall we? I forgot about this. Parrot logic, yes, the classic Africa children one. But look at this. Are we ready for this, everyone? I'm glad there's a few of you watching because it's hard to have a golden gay time on your own. Ha! Here it is in the flesh. The gay time. The golden gay time. It's here in the flesh. I also picked up another one because I really like their tagline. Here's another brand of gay time. Golden gay time, violet crumble. So the golden gay times is it's hard to have a gay time on the own and celebrating the good times since the 1970s. It's true. They have been around since the 70s. I remember when they started becoming big. But here we are. You know what this one's... It's a legit gay time, and I've got a second one, the Violet Crumble. And its tagline of this Violet Crumble, by the way, is, when two become one. There we are. When two become one. Because it's a Violet Crumble. When two become one. There you go, that's even more explicit, that one. The Violet gay time's even more explicit than the normal gay time. I'll put that in the fridge. Today's drink, a gay time. And yes, I rushed off just before the stream started. I jumped in my car. I flew down to the local corner store. I have a corner store near me. It's not cheap, but I flew down to the local corner store. Looked through their fridge, and there it was. The Holy Grail. I was hoping it would have one that had it's hard to have a gay time on your own on it, but it didn't. But celebrating a good time since the 70s, it's fine. Cashier must have been very cool. Yes, I actually bought something else too. More gay time. I bought 3 gay time things. They were very confused. They laughed. I said, it's an awfully... I'm planning to have an awfully gay time, is what I said to the cashier. Here is some ice cream bites. Golden gay time bites. They're like little ice cream bites. And it says, perfect for sharing a gay time. Oh, look at the back of this. I'm reading the back of this. Whoever said good things come in small packages obviously had tasted our golden gay time bites. The perfect snack-sized treat for any occasion. Eat me on the couch. Share me at celebrations. Bruh, indeed. It was intentional. Remember, golden gay times are from the 70s. So, you know, the gay did have a different meaning back then, but it wasn't that different. It came from the 70s and 80s, I believe. At least, streets has been around since then. I don't know, I think golden gay times were late 70s, early 80s. So the point is, gay did mean that. It did mean what you think it means. But it also was playing on the fact that it still was quite close to the old form of the word. It still was quite often to hear people saying they were having a gay old time. Which is why it was kind of a collision between an old generation and a new generation. Yes, exactly. But that's when it was really, that sort of gay was becoming more mainstream, I suppose, in the form of meaning homosexual. Having a gay old time. There we are. Let's open this up. Oh, there it is. The old golden gay time. Look at it, just like on the packet. Beautiful. Delicious. A bloody fair dinkum ice cream, this one. I love them. They're delicious. There's a reason why they're so popular still. They're absolutely delectable. Mm. Yeah, it's a good way to finish the stream, I think. I think today was a success. How was the grub? It was delicious. I really knocked it out of the park. Absolutely delectable. I knocked it out of the park, Tiberian. Made it like an old mama used to make it. Made it like mama used to make. And now I'm finishing off with a golden go time. That I rushed out to get just before the stream started, actually. So I was slightly late. Yes, oh, it was beautiful. Had a bit of wine. Can't believe you're not sponsored by Cake. One day, perhaps. Anyways, had a bit of red wine with my... There's peas in it? Oh, no, that's just, was on the side. If you go back, you'll see I had, like, vegetables. I had steamed vegetables alongside it. So I had the lasagna. The only vegetables and fruits in that are onions, garlic, and tomato. But on the plate, I had mashed potato, I had peas, I had some steamed carrots. That is essentially what happened, Andy. That is essentially what happened. I didn't get pulled over. I was flying down the road. I was like, I need to get that bloody go time. Quick. I won't be on my own. So I can have a go time, not on my own. I always did. This is a much larger lasagna than I'd normally have, but I tend to have vegetables. Sometimes, when I was a young man, it depended what was available. If we had gotten cheap potatoes, we'd have potatoes and broccoli, usually. But, at least this lasagna didn't have enough vegetables in it for it to be a complete meal on its own. It had a lot, but, my mother was always concerned about getting enough, and you could get vegetables very cheap when I was younger. So we tended to have fruits, and the pieces were much smaller than this. Because we had to divide it against a large family, our lasagna pieces tend to be much smaller. So they weren't really a complete meal on their own. Now, you had to feed 9 people. And 2 they had to be split into gluten-free and gluten. Yes, it is a bit strange, isn't it? But that's what we used to do. This is harkening back to what I used to do when I was young. They were cheap. Essentially, that's the whole idea of this lasagna. It's a really cheap way to cook. Everything in it is, pennies, really. Especially if you made your own spaghetti and the like. It's pennies. But it was whatever. Potatoes didn't often get put with lasagna. Usually it was just broccoli and maybe an orange vegetable of some kind. But this time I decided I had a few potatoes left. So I decided to put potatoes with it. It really is how I cooked it when I was younger. It's a whatever is in the fridge sort of thing. But it doesn't matter. Because the lasagna tasted just like I remember. Beautiful. Loved it. The nutmeg, the white sauce, the cheese. Amazing. And it's not even that big out of thing. It has flattened a bit, but it's perfect. It's just, it's good. I definitely will be having this for the next few days. I've had chicken lasagna. No, I really haven't been that creative with lasagnas. My nieces and nephews have made me vegetarian lasagna. They've made me, lasagna that had eggplant in it. But I don't think I've ever had lasagna with chicken in it. Have you had it? Is it any good? because you never know. Maybe I'll have a look and do it myself at some point. I don't remember. Fair enough. I sit here, I eat lasagna and Golden Gate Times, and I stare at pictures of the bush, the outback. Truly, a good day. I sell a frozen one. Oh. I've never bothered with those frozen meals, you know? I've never really bothered. I have to restock them when they're on sale. Are they any good? Because I've had one of them once, and they always are so bland and terrible and miserable. I always feel so miserable to me, those ones. Are they really any good? I had to resist the urge to start singing. I'm quite tired, and I start singing when I'm tired. Though I've been singing this whole time. Yes, I think they're okay. It's been a long time since I've had one. Yes. I always found them very bland. Very. It's because I lived so much of my life without that sort of stuff. It was always about cooking for yourself and my family. And so when I decided, oh, why not? I'm feeling a bit lazy. I'll, go get one of these frozen meals. I just don't like them. I don't like how other people make things. I'm too used to my own cooking, I think. So she makes one when I want one. Oh. That's nice. I'm the one who cooks the lasagna these days. I think I'm the only one who still likes cooking lasagna in my family. Everyone's kind of moved away from it. Certainly one of the few holdouts of our family's special lasagna recipe. I can't believe I lost my copy of it. I'll get it from my mother's house. But, I could probably do it off by heart, but I didn't want to screw up on stream, you know. I could have probably done it off by heart. I've cooked it so many times. But, yes, the way other people make lasagna, I don't like it. There's something strange. I don't know if this is normal, but when I make lasagna, I don't soften the lasagna sheets at all. I have pre-made lasagna sheets, or if I've made it, I've dried them. When I was younger, we dried them and had a heap. And then we wouldn't wet them again. We wouldn't cook them. We'd just make a very watery sauce, and they would become soft because of the sauce. I don't know if that's how you normally make lasagna, but I don't know. I just don't like how other lasagnas are. I've never liked other people's lasagna much. And it's about a great deal of a lot of my cooking is like that. I've gotten so used to the way I cook things, I like it. And now these people, even though perhaps it's objectively better, I just like the way I cook things. I sometimes wonder if that's why I tend to like going to Japanese or Chinese or something like that. Because I don't cook as much Chinese or Japanese at home. I do stir fries, but that's like, Western Chinese. Get a heap of frozen vegetables. Got some stir fry vegetables, I'll cut them up. Some chicken. And but I tend to like going out for like Chinese or Japanese or Indian, rather than, I don't really ever go to Italian restaurants. I prefer my own Italian. I prefer how I cook the Italian. Because Italian is definitely the most I know about. It's the sort of meal I cook the most because of where I lived when I was a kid. Because when I grew up, I was growing up in a town surrounded by Italians. So that's the one I have the most connection to and the one I tend to cook. Not a Mexican. I don't know why. Mexican's just easy, I suppose. Tacos. Delicious. I had a lasagna bath once as a child. My mother put the lasagna noodles in the bath with us. You call them lasagna noodles? I call them sheets. Suppose they are spaghetti, but I call them sheets. That's very strange. Was there some sort of... Oh, it's been 2 hours. Was there some sort of reason for this, or did it just for the funsies? Just for the hell of it? Get two things done at once. Clean the child, and food poison yourself. We just never heated up water. We just had the dry lasagna sheets and cooked them in the stuff that was in it. Don't even put any water in this meal. You use the tomato juice, sort of the water from the tomatoes. I get calzones there sometimes. There aren't that many Italian... There are a few, but there aren't that many compared to Chinese and Japanese places. I went to one good place down in Brisbane when I was visiting my sister down in Brisbane. It's pretty good. Out near the coast. A really nice part of town. It's quite nice. I prefer my own Italian. Eric Winters 2020. I do. Almost done. I miss the days when they used to have winner on the inside of these. We get some, you know, that's something I've noticed about Australia. There's not that many Italian chains. In fact, there may not be any. At least they're not common enough for you to notice. There is no Olive Garden. Well, there might be, but it's not. It's in Sydney, not here. Done. The gay time is complete. And there's pee all over the floor. The damn peas all over the floor. Kept dropping them. Kept peeing on the floor. But yes. So. Yes, it's funny. I know. I'm trying to think of. I've probably finished this conversation about Italian restaurants, but yeah, there aren't that many Italian chains, if any, in Australia. I'll see you next week. Yes, see you next week. I still haven't decided if I'm going to delay or bring out. Might just play it tomorrow night. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreaks DLC. That'll be tomorrow night, or tomorrow morning, or yeah, Sunday morning for you. Other than that, thank you for watching, for what you could. Thank you for giving your time. I hope you enjoyed yourself while you were here. And I think we'll call it there, everyone. Just over 4 hours. I think we'll call it there. So thank you all for watching and, experiencing this experiment. Okay, time is over. Loving the street time. Oh no. Oh dear. But yes. Thank you for enjoying this experiment with me. I hope you all had fun and got something valuable out of it. If nothing else, you got my recipe out of it. Well, sort of. I did talk about it as I did it. And I really enjoyed this. We'll have to do this again sometime. I think we'll do it again soon. Maybe next week sometime. I don't know what I'll cook this time. Maybe I'll cook some Japanese this time. Maybe I'll get one of my nieces or nephews to star in this next one, maybe. I'll cook for them. Otherwise, you've all been a good audience, thank you. I need to go have a nap. Bit of a food nap. Food coma. Thank you for sharing some history with me and some nostalgia with me. And thank you for saying I dress like an old man. That's very nice, because I do. Other than that, as always, good night. Sweet dreams. And no, good night. I can't think of anything for this one. Anyone got anything for this one? I always say good night, something, something, something. Can't think of anything. Well, just good night, everyone. It's been good. I hope your meals are good. And your food is better. Oh, that's right. Good night. Good night. Approval. You have the approval. Good night. You have the right. Sleep tight. No, it's good night. You have the approval of the seal. And I hope you have some good meals. There you go. Goodbye. You've had the approval of the seal, the old seal of approval, and I hope you have some wonderful meals. Bye-bye. Toodaloos, toodaloo, toodaloo. You can't stop me. Quick! We need to run. Here you go. We need to go. Garfield's coming for us. I must be away.